Hey guys, it's the Drabble Geek here, and welcome back to Ace Attorney. Now we're here for case number 3, Turnabout Samurai. No clue what's about to go on. Just know that Wright's head of the law office is now, and I did give myself enough time to record this one, so maybe you guys will get to see the entirety of this case in this episode. We'll see. We will start. Grah! You have disgraced me for the last time, Steel Samurai. The pale moon in the sky cries for your blood. Okay, I did not move it that fast. The moon. No, it is you who should gaze upon the moon, for it'll be the last moon you ever see. Is this a TV show? I think this is a TV show or anime. See you in hell, evil magistrate? I think that's what it said. The warrior's sword gleams and strikes in the moonlight. One has fallen, but who? Only the moon knows. Don't miss next week's exciting episode. The Dark Messenger returns. Probably the samurai, because the show might be named after him. I don't know. October 14th, 5:31 p.m. Faye, Wright & Co. Law Offices. Yes, and that's what I'm going to call it, because it sounds better than that. Rocked. See you in hell, evil magistrate. Whoa, stop waving that broom around. Oh, Nick, I didn't know you were here. Of course I'm here. What was the surreal show you were watching? What? Nick, you mean you don't know the Steel Samurai? He's only the most popular TV hero for young people. Okay, that does sound interesting. Well, in the picture. Well, the picture looks interesting. Young? Like, how young? 10 years old? Then what the heck are you doing getting all excited? Hey, I'm only 17. That's 17. See? I'm a teen, not like you, Nick. Hey, don't talk to me like I'm your grandpa or something. I'm only 24 myself. Then watch it with me. It's really cool and it's really popular. When they asked grade school kids what they wanted to be, Steel Samurai was number one. I really worry about kids these days. Gramps. Well, the Steel Samurai is over. I guess it's time to close up the office. I guess. Wish we had some clients. A month has passed since my trial. Mia's murder was the talk of the town for some time, but no one paid any attention to the Wright & Co. law offices. How am I going to pay the rent this month? Because you should have kept it Faye Wright & Co. Better name. And it sounds like more people are actually involved in the operation. It'll be okay. I'm sure some big client is just around the corner. Maybe the samurai, since that's what the case is called? Who knows? October 16th, 8:14 a.m. Phoenix Wright's bedroom. Hello, this is Phoenix. Nick! Maya, what? It's still early. I was asleep. It's the Steel Samurai. The Steel Samurai got arrested. Huh? You mean the guy on that show? Yes! They're saying that the Steel Samurai killed a villain. So he's a vigilante now? Isn't that what he's supposed to do? Yeah, on TV. Yeah, on TV. No, I mean, he actually did it in real life. He skewed a villain with his samurai spear. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Just come to the office quick. Please, Nick. October 16th, 9:22 a.m. Wright & Co. law offices. Boo. Maya's here watching television. Now for the morning news. The actor Will Powers was arrested yesterday. Powers plays the lead role in the popular kids show The Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo-Old Tokyo. He was arrested on suspicion of murder. The victim was Jack Hammer, who plays the villain known as the Evil Magistrate. His body was found still inside the Evil Magistrate costume. The samurai spear was also found and stuck through the body. Police believe this was the murder weapon and are investigating further. This has to be a joke. No, 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 it's a nightmare. The Steel Samurai is over. The world is over. Okay, Maya is a true fangirl. I respect it. Yes, Ryan Co. Law Offices. What? Nick, it's the Steel Samurai. What? Yes, yes, of course. We'll be right there. He's our client now. Let's go, Nick. Go? Go where? We have the Steel Samurai down in detention. So what? So I've decided this will be our first case. Can we talk about that some more? Well, what should we do? What should we do? How can you just sit there like that? We have to get down to the detention center and meet the Steel Samurai. Does she want me to investigate the case or just some sightseeing? My money's on sightseeing. We don't have enough information to make a case yet. Just admit it. You don't have a clue what happened. No, we just don't have enough information. Yeah, probably not. I'm just going to examine since we're here. Maya has been watering it too much lately. It looks a little swollen. She's either trying to make it grow or she's perfecting her water torture technique. Oh, there's the bellboy happily cleaning the room. Oh my gosh. Let me guess, you still haven't seen the movie? Then I realized the poster doesn't actually say the title of the movie. Wow, dude. I have to read all of these? Yeah, that's how this works. Actually, it's my desk now. Sitting here always makes me feel like a professional. Well, you're not. But let's move on. Let us move to the detention center. Oh, our dude's sitting there, standing, not moving again. Real professional. Are we sure our case isn't Wolverine? And also, no, I forgot to introduce the setting, but we're in the detention center. What's wrong, Maya? It's him, in the flesh. Is that guy really him? Yeah, it's Hugh Jackman. What do you think? What do you mean, that guy? Of course it's him. Will Powers, our client. That's him. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but he definitely did it. Murder. At least once, maybe twice. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What are you saying? Yes? Something wrong? No, no. This is getting off to a great start. I know. You're disappointed, are you? Disappointed. Oh no, oh no. No, it's okay. This is the real me. When I got the part of Steel Samurai with that mask, I decided I would never show my place in public until the job was over. It's the kids, you know? I didn't want to wreck their dreams. Oh, I guess it didn't matter. So much for dreams. I wonder what they'll think of the Steel Samurai now. Ah, Nick, what? He's a good guy. I mean, he's good. Yeah, he didn't do it. Thanks. Yeah, whatever you were doing. He's still there being a professional. He seems frozen in awe of Will Powers. Sure, that's what it says. I know, so I wanted you to go there. Smile for the camera. Okay, let's ask him some questions. What happened? Maybe you should start by telling us what happened. Yes, of course. It seemed like it was only yesterday, actually. It was only yesterday. The cast had come down to Global Studios for a run-through. We went through a few action sequences at 10 that morning. There was a rehearsal scheduled for 5 in the afternoon. But when 5 came around and the staff gathered at the studio, the evil magistrate was found lying in a crumpled heap near the set. The crime happened between 10 and 5. Ooh, that is a weird hole. I took off his mask and discovered it was Jack Hammer. dead. It had been expertly skewered with a samurai spear. The samurai spear? Yes, it's a long spear that the steel samurai uses as a weapon. Maybe you could explain to me just what the steel samurai is? Nick, how could you say such a thing? I'm sorry, sir. I apologize for my partner. He's new to this and a bit out of touch with the world. Hey, who's new to this? No, it's alright, really. The Steel Samurai is the lead character in a popular kids show. He walks the street of Old Tokyo, fighting battle after battle against the evil magistrate and his minions. Of course, he never really defeats the evil magistrate. That would ruin the entire point of the show. Although, I guess he did defeat him this time. Sniffle, sniffle. I see. Neo Old Tokyo. Who comes up with these names? Yeah, it's literally New Old Tokyo. Now, where were you on the day of the murder? Well, that morning I came to the studios at 9. We worked through some action scenes until noon. Rehearsal was to begin at 5, but I was a little tired. So after lunch, I took a nap in my dressing room. When I woke up, it was after 5. I was late for rehearsal. Yeah, that would definitely make you suspicious. I hurried to the studio and found everyone looking shocked. They arrested me on the spot and brought me here. We have to prove that he really was sleeping. He was sleeping the entire afternoon of the murder. Some action hero. What will the kids think? Sniffle, sniffle. I think I should probably check out the scene of the murder. Right. Global Studios. I'll draw you a map. Well, Nick, let's go. I am willing to bet $10 she has for autographs. Most definitely. Yeah, let's go to the main gate of the studio. October 16th, Global Studios main gate. Wow, so this is where they make Steel Samurai show. Awesome. Aren't you excited? Hey, you there. Oh my gosh, her name is Old Bag. I love it. You want in, you gotta go through me. Oh, sorry. We're, lawyers. Oh yeah? Well, that's great. I'm security. And it's my job to make sure that gawkers like you stay out. Gawkers. Gawkers. Sightseers, tourists. I know the type. You heard about the incident and came to snoop around. Used today. Something horrible happens and we don't have jobs to be doing, or a lawyer not work like the rest of us. Oh my gosh. Well, when I was young, hippie clothes, what are you wearing today? I have no clue what she said. Will I grow up to be like her? Please say no. I don't know, it's possible. Hey, listen to when you're being spoken to. Used today. I'm going to examine around here first. The gate. The main entrance to the studio. There was a big scene here yesterday with onlookers pressing up against the gate. So maybe they would have seen them walking around, right? I would hope so. The security guard station. That security lady must like junk food. There's a mountain of it on the desk in there. They can see the computer that runs the security cameras. If no one has looked at the security cameras, I'm going to get real annoyed. An overhead map of the studio. Right from here is the employee area. To the left are the actual film studios. What's this van about? Looks like a studio van. They probably use it to carry around film equipment. Is there anything else? No, I don't think so. Backspace. Let's go talk to this woman. The studios. So, what do you do here at the studios? At Global Studios, you make children's dreams come true. In fact, in my younger days. No, you were a star? Only a little twinkle between the stars here, I'm afraid, dearie. Well, Wow, this place has really gone downhill, you know. But 10 years ago, and that was a studio of dreams. Hammer was a big star back then, too. He was. Hammer? The victim, dummy. The evil magistrate? He's been reduced to playing villains now. Not exactly the best material to work with. Can you tell me about Mr. Will Powers? He's not a bad kid, but don't be fooled by his mask. You wouldn't want him on the silver screen without it, believe me. Little old ladies watching would lose their lunch. That's probably why he thought the Steel Samurai was his big chance. No one thought he was capable of doing what he did to poor Jack Hammer. We know for certain that we don't know for certain that Will Powers is guilty. Powers? Of course he's guilty. How do I know? I know everything. That's nice. What kind of person was Jack Hammer? What kind of person? Oh, if only you knew. Jack Hammer will live on in the many hearts as the ultimate action hero. He was simply dashing in the oh my gosh, I can't speak. Dynamite Samurai series. Sure, I've heard of that. But there was an accident during filming 5 years ago. He got an unlucky break after that, reduced to playing the villain on a children's program. What's more, I heard they were paying him peanuts. It's enough to make you cry. Why are you so certain Mr. Powers is the killer? I was standing right here yesterday, I was here from 1 in the afternoon to 5 when they found the body. Now, the studio where the murder took place is to the left of here. So if you want to go to the studio, you have to pass by me. Only one person went by here between 1 and 2:30 when the murder took place, and that person was Mr. Powers? Yes, I saw him. But all that means is that there could have been someone inside, or you weren't paying attention. Well, that... Oh, wait, how do you know it was between 1 and 2:30? But Mr. Power says he was sleeping in his dressing room. Oh, I'm sure he would say that. He's no fool. But he was the only one that walked by. He's the killer. You can bet your biscuits on it. But where did you get the 2:30 time from? That is weird. Isn't it about time for you to be heading home? There's nothing to see here. Move along. Actually, we're here at Mr. Power's request. Thought you were suspicious looking. Show me a letter of request. Maybe I'll just let you in. This lady here thinks she owns this place, obviously. Hey, can I present this and be done with it? What's this? You giving that to me? Absolutely not. Oh my god. Let's go back to the detention center. This is annoying. Hello? How was the studio? They all think I did it, don't they? No, not at all. Isn't that right, Nick? Right. Not at all. At worst, you're a suspect. Sniffle. I need him. Your alibi, Mr. Powers, you aren't hiding anything from me, are you? What? No, I never do that. Earlier you said you were sleeping in your dressing room after lunch. Yes, like a baby. But the security lady says she saw you that day. She says you saw you heading towards the scene of the crime. What? That's not possible. I really don't know what to say. I was sleeping, I promise. Mr. Powers, if you want me to help you, you have to tell me the truth. I'm new to this lawyer business, and I need every advantage I can get. I know, I'm sorry. Sniffle. But I swear to you on my mama's grave, I was sleeping. Maybe the security lady only thought she saw me? Yeah, he would be pretty unmissable. About the security guard at the main gate to the studio. Oh, the security lady? She's terrible. She called me suspicious looking. Yes, actually, she said the same thing to me before. Take off that mask were her words, I believe. That mask. Which means someone could have been in his outfit and you wouldn't know it was him. She sucks up to all the big rigs at the studio. But let her see you stumble once and she'll never let up on you. Grr, she's got some nerve. Do you think you could write a letter requesting my representation. Of course. Powers request is added. Just help me this week past the security lady. I know, right? Because she's annoying. Let me present this to her. Document proving Will Powers' request for an attorney. Ma'am, have a look at this. It's a letter of request from Mr. Powers. Hmm? Yes, yes, I recognize the bold, childish scrawl. To think he would entrust his fate to use of such unreliable appearance. Really? Really? Anyway, you may pass, but only left from here towards the studios. Not going to the right. That's the employee area. No one allowed inside, pal, were my instructions. The good detective told me himself. Gumshoe? Hey, Nick. Huh? There was There were maps in the security guard station. Hey, not bad. Is there a way to get through? There are 50 cents apiece, thank you. Well, time to go, Nick. 50 cents. Dressing room. Okay, so it would have happened that one of these would have been sleeping over near the employee room, right? But this is also assuming you went through that by here instead of like through all this gray area. Yeah, this woman's annoying. Let's move outside Studio One. I'm. What is that? October 16th, Studio One entrance. Hey, aren't you that murderer from the other day? One, I was innocent. Two, it was a month ago. Ah, it's that confused detective. Hey, pal, you know Prosecutor Edgeworth is all upset, and it's your fault. I saw him sipping tea and staring gloomily out the window. That sounds like a wonderful time, actually. So? Hey, if he's suppressed, it's all your fault for doing sloppy detective work. Uh, uh, wow, Maya. Oof. Detective? I think you've hurt his feelings. Oh no, I'm sorry. Well, I think his feelings are easily hurt. You're right, pal. It's all my fault. Can't blame other I can blame other people all I want, but I know the truth in my heart. Hey, don't take it so hard. There's always the next case. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Hey, what exactly are you two doing here? Well, we're on the case too, pal. Huh? Hey, you just can't go around saying pal like that. That's my endearing character trait. He's becoming too self-aware. Disney's gonna get rid of him. I know this isn't Disney, but might as well be, right? Disney owns everything. I say he's a character, all right. Salmon. There is a camera was the first thing I saw after that gigantic head. Hey, there's a camera here. That's a security camera. It takes photos of people going to the studio. All you have to do is look at the data and see who went where. There's a number plate in the corner of the camera. ST1307. I hope no one has an STI. That must be the camera ID number. Welcome. There's a big welcome sign above the path. Yeah, apparently the studio's fallen on tough times. They've started letting people in on days they aren't filming. They make a bit of extra money by charging for admission. Huh? You sure know a lot about this place, detective. Which means someone else could have been around. You could always quit being a detective and work here. Yeah, and what perfect timing with the studio mascot down for the count. Huh? Just what that supposed to mean, pal. Let's see this beach. I'm a little bushed. Maybe I'll take a short rest here. Hey, good idea, pal. Detective, aren't you on the case? You could have let him sleep and we could have just gone in. Well, yeah, but hey, us the detectives get tired of standing around too, pal. I mean, you really should have just let him do that. Studio mascot. I guess it's a monkey of some kind? But what kind of monkey has a nose like that? He's holding a sign in his hand. Right to Studio 1, left to Studio 2. Well, actually, one's in his hand and one's in his tail. What's up with that thing? It looks kind of busted. Oh, the winter's pretty strong yesterday and the head broke off. Took that tree down with it too. Which means maybe the dude's cap would have fallen off? Maybe. The entrance to Studio 1. This is the studio where they found Jack Hammer's body. Let's go in and check it out, Nick. Uh, hey, it's locked. Looks like you need a card key to get in. Makes sense that they want to keep the non-employees out. Which means... Detective Gumshoe, what's down the path to the left? Looks like a tree fell over the path. Oh, yeah. That way's kind of dangerous. You should stay out, pal. There's nothing down there anyway. Which means there is? That's where Studio 2 used to be, they tell me. They don't use it now, though. I highly doubt that. Someone's probably using it. Let's see, is there anything else to discover? Let us talk to the detective. So, how's your investigation going, detective? Well, it's, hey, I can't tell you that, pal. Nerd. Maybe you need to be a little more indirect with your questions. Right, so, detective, mind if I take a look at what you got? What I got? The autopsy report? The latest version, if you please. Right. Sorry about what happened last time, pal. Okay, so that's where she got 230 from. I still don't know how she was told the time and whatnot. Probably because she was asked for her alibi, probably. I don't know. Reason for arrest? Why was Mr. Powers arrested? Simple, pal. The murder took place right over in Studio 1. Now the victims entered Studio 1 at approximately 1 p.m. At that time, there was no one other than the victim in the studio. According to the autopsy report, the time of death was 2:30 p.m. Only one person went to the studio between 1 and 2:30, and that person was none other than Will Powers. No one else, pal. If you think I'm lying, ask the security lady at the main gate. I don't trust her, so. Nick, if that's true, anyone could think that Powers did it with that kind of evidence. Thanks for cheering me up, Maya. Just be quiet, please. About the security lady. Oh, that sweet old lady? What a charmer. Huh? Are we talking about the same person? When I showed her my badge, she gave me a donut and some coffee. I mean, that's really stereotypical. Remember what Powers said. She's a sucker for authority. She even gave me a piece of valuable evidence. What? What kind of evidence? Well, that our photo. The photo of the steel samurai heading towards the scene of the crime. What? Who took that? See the camera up on that gate, pal? The gate? You mean the one with the welcome sign? Yeah. Whenever someone walks by, that camera automatically snaps a photo of them. Oh no. Nick, he has evidence. We're finished. Probably not. Funny for someone with heart proof who doesn't look too happy. What's wrong, pal? You seem down. Don't look so happy when you say that. Oh, ho, ho, ho. We'd like to ask the employees here some questions. Sure thing, pal. Go wherever you like. Of course. I'm not going to find any clues I haven't already found. Ha ha ha. I'm glad someone around here seems to be enjoying themselves. Nick, let's go. We got a free pass to the place. Now's our chance to check things out. Just that. Um, we need to get. No, we should be already past the gate. Why can't we go? He says we can go wherever we want, right? We should just ask. Wait, maybe I need to ask the lady for the picture. Nick, look, that security lady's in the guard station stuffing her face with donuts. I guess all cops like their donuts. Yeah, and they're soft enough she doesn't need teeth to chew them. Hey, you. Well, are you satisfied Powers is guilty yet? She had to make my life harder by giving that photo to the gumshoe. Let's talk to her about it. Photographic proof. Why didn't you tell us about the security photo, ma'am? Oh, that? I just thought it would be more thrilling to talk with the detective himself. These things are important to you now. Oh, just to the left from here is the gate with the camera that took the photo. It's my job to check the photos every day, you see. Um, Automatic camera? Not the security camera. Oh yes, the camera. It's automatic. It can tell when someone walks through the gate, see? Then it snaps a photo. Apparently, it records the time when it takes a picture too, but I don't bother myself with those details. I just view all the photos on the computer over in the security guard station. I check them every day before going home, I do. What is your reading? The guard station is a central position. No matter where you go here, you pass by my station first. Now, poor Hammer, he went to the studio just for one. Yeah, maybe it was you, good one, Sonny. She thinks I was joking. She started saying the same exact thing. Was the victim Mr. Hammer a popular actor? Oh, he was the biggest star in the studio. Oh yes, he was a great as the bearded samurai. That too, yes. He shone the brightest back in the day. Making a star like him play the evil magistrate is a disgrace, I tell you. Hammer took it pretty hard. Who can blame him? Let's go to the computer and see those pictures. She also says she doesn't look at the times, so that works perfect for us. The computer that runs the security cameras. Hey, no touching. Really? Probably that means at court we're going to have to see it. What can we do then? She being mean to me because I didn't pay her. I'm outside studio room. Let's go to the employee area. Detective did say we can go anywhere. October 16th, Global Studios employee area. Nick, this is where they do all the behind the scenes stuff. Hey, look, there's Power's dressing room. No one's here this soon after the murder, I guess. Let's take a look around. Examine a window into the dressing room. The glass is frosted, so no one would have been able to see him inside. That must be the storage room. That's where they keep all the film equipment. Well, Nick, you know a lot about the industry. What else would they keep in a film studio? True that. The remains of yesterday's lunch are scattered around. Everyone's probably too shocked to clean up. There's a T-bone on one of the plates minus the steak. T-bone steak. That would have hit the spot. You just had a burger. Yeah, but I have a second stomach just for steaks. What? It's her second lunch, Nick. Keep up. Let's see. Cola, candy, chips, gum. Huh? It's so normal. I was expecting some cool themed snacks or something. Popcorn, at least. Wait, look. Samurai soda. Nick, try this. Ladies first. What's with the clothes? The door to the dressing room is not locked. Hey Nick, let's take a look inside. Maybe we can find something as a souvenir. What do you mean find? You never know. There might be something like the samurai spear. The detectives would have that. And I think Detective Gumshoe is at least that competent. You don't need a spear. And that's the murder weapon for crying out loud. Slide. Ooh, modesty. Yep, someone could have gotten in. The metal grate on the drain here has been taken off. That's a pretty big drain. A kid could fit through there, I bet. Or a smaller person. Yeah, if you snuck in that way, you wouldn't have to pay at the gate. Well, if you want to leave that way, be my guest. Right. Huh? Hey, I'm not a kid. And I love how when only Maya mentioned that you could get around that way. There's a half-finished backdrop for a stage here. Looks like a castle. Probably Neo Old Tokyo Castle. And someone's bike. Looks like one of those electric-powered bicycles. I don't know about these, I mean, what's the point? Makes it a lot easier to go up hills. Don't people cycle to get exercise? Or to just get around because they can't afford a car? So, two people are eating here. Is there anything else? There's also red paint. It's probably the backdrop. Okay, probably not. Let us go inside the dressing room. October 16th, Global Studios dressing room. Power's dressing room. So this is where he was sleeping, or at least this is where he claims he was sleeping. No one actually saw him taking a nap here, did they? Right, and there's a picture of him near the crime scene. Hope he's telling the truth for his sake. Let's examine. First thing I see is this bag. This must be Power's bag. Hey, don't open that. Look. An employee keycard? That must be Power's. Says Studio 1. Let's take it, Nick. Borrow it? You mean borrow. I mean, Detective Gumshoe did say it could go anywhere. I wonder what else is in Power's bag. Stop that. No, you need to look through it. I'm all with her. You need to look through the stuff. I wish you had gloves, but whatever. There's a vast array of cosmetics here. Oh, this is the wig he must use in Samurai Boogie Woogie. Nick, try this on. No. And how can you tell the name of the show just by looking at a wig? I, kinda like samurai movies. Kind of. Um, they always have mirrors like this in dressing rooms. I see my hair is still nice and spiky, just how I like it. See, there's a bunch of snacks on the table. They must give these to the employees, some tea and cookies. Nick, I'm hungry. You just had a burger. Yeah, but I have a separate stomach for sweets, so you have 3 stomachs now? How many stomachs does this girl have? Next thing we'll know, she's actually Tamaranian. Let's look like someone was sleeping here. Maybe Powers did take a nap here yesterday. Window, it's locked. Looks like he doesn't open his window much. I guess it's kind of dusty outside. Probably the clothes. There's some regular suits among the costumes here. Those must be his own clothes. It'd be fun to wear one of the costumes. I say you were already wearing one myself. I think that is all. Yeah, I wish we would actually look through that bag, but apparently we can't do that. Move. Let's go to the studio main gate. Move to outside Studio 1. And then move that. Can I go there? Salmon. The entrance to Studio 1. This is the studio where they found Jack Hammer's body. Let's go in and check it out, Nick. I wonder if this keycard we borrowed from the dressing room will work. It opened. Alright, we're in. She is way too happy for someone visiting a crime scene. Well, this is her favorite show. I mean, even if it is a crime scene, it'd be kind of cool. October 16th, Studio 1. What is it? You're real quiet all of a sudden. Doesn't it give you the shivers, Nick? Oh, white type, it's so real. Well, the evil magistrate did die here, and the steel samurai killed him. The murder weapon was his samurai spear. Sounds pretty real to me. I mean, that was rude. Bag. Really? I can't look in the bag. Wow, look at that camera. That must cost a ton. Yes, don't touch it. What? It's heavier than I thought. Hey, you, no touching that. I'm sorry, my partner is kind of, stupid. You know? No, I don't know. Who are you? Who, me? I'm an assistant here. I help with props and stuff, moving them around, ordering new ones, etc. We're lawyers representing Mr. Will Powers. Oh, you're WP's people. WP. Oh, Will Powers. WP. I get it. I don't envy you guys one bit, but do what you can for WP, okay? He's never hurt a fly. He has to be innocent. Are you into him? Don't worry, leave it to us. I kind of hope they do. Let's keep examining. I'll question her later. Ladder? Look, a ladder. That's a step ladder. So, what's the difference? You need to stop judging things based on narrow-minded cultural assumptions, Nick. Right, sorry. This girl is out there. Well, maybe the ladder is important because of how the stab wound was. It needed to be someone tall, but if a shorter person got on a ladder, that could disguise the murder suspect. Looks like a backdrop for a stage. This must be used in the Steel Samurai show. Of course, that's the mountain, Nia Fujiyama. Doesn't the Steel Samurai take place in old Tokyo? Can you even see Mount Fuji from there? Not old Tokyo, Nick. Neo old Tokyo. Oh, right. More cameras and stuff. Wow, look at that camera. That must. So don't touch it. Did she really break two things? I think you might have been able to touch one or the other. Let's look at this chair first. Hey, look, that's the chair the director sits in. I always wanted to sit in one of these. Hey, Nick, take a look at that. One of those black and white boards they clap at the start of filming. And look, a megaphone. A real live megaphone. Ready, Nick? Action. This girl is more troubled than I thought. Yeah, she is really all over the place. What's this? That's for reflecting light. They call it a reflecting screen or something like that. The assistant holds it during filming. Huh? What? Where's your enthusiasm for all the things entertainment? Well, lighting is fine, but I want to be director, or maybe the Steel Samurai. I think she's being serious. I think so too. Probably look at the body now. The outline where Jack Hammer's body lay with tape. His body was found still inside the evil magistrate costume. I guess that's why the head part looks like a helmet. Funny, I expected a spear stabbing would leave at least a few blood stains. I guess the costume must have absorbed most of it. That's exactly what I was going to suggest. Okay, so Wright might be smarter than I originally thought. Okay, let's talk to her now. Day of the crime. Could you tell me anything about the day of the murder? Yes. I was in the studio the whole day. I was the only assistant on staff that day, you see. Only one assistant. Yes, well, the studio isn't doing well right now. But also this suggests that there was another person here other than Will Towers that the security lady just didn't notice. And yesterday was only rehearsal for her action sequences. Oh, I see. Is that the security lady? Like, right over here. Maybe she does have a thing going on against Will Powers. In the morning, we went through the action sequences in the employee area. WP and Hammer were there, along with everyone else. The employee area, that's where Power's dressing room is, right? Yes, that's the place. After eating lunch there, Mr. Hammer went to Studio 1. Then I saw WP go into his dressing room. But I didn't see either of them after that. You said you were on, maybe they meant like studio as in the entire complex. Did you know that Mr. Powers was sleeping in his room? No, I wouldn't go in there unless I had some urgent message for him. I mean, it's his private. What kind of girl do you think I am? What kind? No, I'm sure you're a fine girl. I'm sorry. So much for getting a confirmation of Powers' alibi. What do we do, Nick? We haven't found anything. WP was the only one who came to the studio. He has to be the killer. They even have a photograph. Sorry, I know you're busy. Please give us information. Not really. Actually, there's been something bothering me. Aha! That's what I'm talking about. A clue, a lead. Well, I don't know about that, but the day, just after noon, I sensed someone was there. You sensed? Yes, several times. Some other studio employees, maybe? No, I don't think so. The only thing we had scheduled was the action scene run through. I was the only assistant here that day. I have a feeling it was someone from outside. Really? But wait, if someone had come in here, wouldn't that security lady have noticed them? Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry I don't have any better information than that. No, thanks. That helps us a lot. Anything helps. Let's go put that security lady on the spot. So you sense that someone other than the regular film crew was in the studio? Yes, I think. I think doesn't cut it in a witness testimony. Nick, what about the security lady? Someone else came in to the studio. She must have seen them. I got that, but I wanted to ask her the last question. Outside Studio 1. Anything else for me? Nope. Move to the main gate. October 16th, Global Studios main gate. What, you're still here? Really? You look as though you've seen a ghost. Let's talk to you. What? I saw that suspicious look on your face. I want to ask you again about yesterday. You came here at 1 p.m., correct? And the estimated time of Hammer's death was 2:30. Are you sure that Powers was the only one to go through here between those times? Sure as I can be. But we have a witness who thinks there was someone from outside here that day. What? Are you absolutely sure you were here watching the whole time? Ma'am? Who was it? Who told you that? Who dare question me? Eek. Alright, you better tell me, and tell me quick, you spiky haired Clayton. Someone's been complaining about the work I do, eh? We were just talking to the assistant at Studio One. Her? She's not even a full-time employee. All you youngsters are like that nowadays, running your mouth like no tomorrow, saying that this and that other thing. You would think about respecting elders. Back in my day. Did she leave? Well, Nick, this is our chance to do what we came without her looking over shoulders. Exactly. Let's go over here. The computer that runs the studio security cameras. Nick. Maybe we can see that photo of Powers with his computer. Yeah, maybe. Should I try the computer? Try it. Okay, let's give it a try. You know how to work these things, Nick? Looks like I just have to enter a few numbers. Let's see, first I need the date of the murder. Looks like the camera turned on at 1 p.m. that day. But not before, so someone could have come in before. Please enter the number of the security camera. I'm going to go through all of them. There, entered. Nothing happened, huh? Maybe we got the number wrong. Maybe we should look at the camera again? I don't want you. Yeah, I guess I probably have to, so I don't take up too much time. Examine. 307. There we go. No, I'm trying to get used to these keyboard controls, but it's still a bit weird. The computer that runs the studio security cameras. 307. There we go. That would have been the next one anyway. There, entered. Hey, it printed out the data for that day. Let's see what we got. Yeah, you can't tell who that is. Huh? How is this a picture of Will Powers? Well, he is the one who always wears that suit. I guess that's why the security lady thought it was him. I don't imagine the detective was very happy with this photo as evidence. Something printed on the back. Huh? October 15th, 2 p.m. Photo number 2. So there was a first photo. But that means there was someone else that came through. What does that mean? Maybe there's more photo data from that day. Nope, that's the only one on the computer. Powers' question mark photo? Hey, Nick. Can't we use this photo as evidence for the trial? Yeah. We'll put the security lady in her place of this. Right, we'll put her in place. Hey, that's what I said. Anyway, let's show her this photo and see what she says. Wait, let's not. Why not? It's never a good idea to reveal your hand to the enemy too soon. Nick, you're craftier than I gave you credit for. Why, you could be the next evil magistrate. Hey, why do I have to be the villain? 'Cause you have the spiky hair. But that also is just protagonist hair. Ignore me. Relax, it's just a joke. So are we done for today? I think this photo is what we needed for the trial. Still, it'd be better if we had some idea of who the real killer was. Maybe it really is that security lady. October 18th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. Ugh, great, it's Edgeworth. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Will Powers. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well. Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. The prosecution will show the court that at 2:30 p.m. on October 15th, the defendant, Mr. Will Powers, killed fellow actor Jack Hammer in Studio One of Global Studios. It is impossible for anyone else to have committed this heinous crime. The evidence presented during the trial will point to this fact. I see. Very well. I would like to move on to some testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution may call its first witness. Very well. I call a most familiar face, Detective Gumshoe, to the stand. Let's do this. Detective, if you would briefly describe this case to the court. Yes, sir. I'll explain with the guide map here. To understand this case, it is important to grasp the layout of the studio. See? This here is the employee area. The actors did a run-through of their action scenes during the morning here. This is the main gate to the studios. The security leader that works at the studios was here at 1 p.m. on that day. Past the security station there was a gate, see? Past that are the studios. And here it is, Studio 1. This is the scene of the murder where the body was found. Now, on the day of the murder, October 15th, there were only 3 people here. The victim, Jack Hammer, the defendant, Will Powers, and a young woman, the production assistant. All production staff were in the employee area until noon. Then, after lunch, the victim, Jack Hammer, went to Studio 1. Right after that, at 1 p.m., the security lady got to the guard station. Jumped ahead later that day, 5 p.m. The production staff came to Studio 1 to perform a rehearsal. Needless to say, the rehearsal was canceled. The time of death was 2:30 p.m. The samurai spear was found lodged in the victim's chest was the murder weapon. That's the case in brief. Anyone like to hear that again? Should I listen to the whole thing again? I'll listen to it again. I'm sorry. Could you describe that one more time? I should have known it'd be you, pal. Fine. Once more for the mentally challenged lawyer. Yeah. Live it up while you can, Gumshoe. Okay, is he gonna say the same thing? Yeah, he says the exact same thing. That's the case in brief. Anyone like to hear it again? Should I listen to the whole thing again? Skip it. I think I can probably remember that. I do. So the murder weapon was a spear. How medieval. Samurai spear was found stuck in the chest of the victim. Doesn't give us much. Your Honor, this case is quite simple if you ask one question. That question is, what did the security lady at the guard station see? Understood. Let's call the security officer to the stand. Let's get her, as I hate her already. Will the witness declare her name? My, aren't you a handsome fellow? I'm afraid I'm a bit flustered. He's disgusted. Your name, please. Oh, dearie, no need for you to be embarrassed. Just call me Grandma. Your name, please. Seems Edward has a bit of a trouble getting his witnesses to say their names. I was about to say the exact same thing. Wendy Oldback, dearie. Just call me Grandma. It's practically my name. Oh, when I was young, I was an Oldback. Now the other children would call me make fun of it. Do you believe it? Then there was called me Oldback, and I just cried. Objection. I object to the witness's talkativeness. Objection sustained. The witness will refrain from rambling on the stand. I was just getting to the good part, dearie. Perhaps we can get to the testimony. Now, the witness was stationed at the main gate on the day of the murder, correct? Yes, see, I was. And to get to the scene of the murder, someone would have to pass by you. You know your stuff, dearie. You may begin your testimony. She sure is one heck of an old bag. Let's do this. On the day of the murder, I arrived at the guard stand at 1 p.m. Poor old Hammer and the rest had been doing a run-through there since the morning. I had some errands to run that morning. Then why were you pictured? In the drawings. I know it's probably to throw me off, but why was she in those pictures? Anyway, it was 1 when I got to the guard station. I was at the main gate from then until 5. Now, the murder happened at 2:30 p.m., right? Interesting to me because a certain man walked by me at 2 p.m. It was Powers, that man right there, and he was heading toward the studio. You saw the defendant then? Very well. Let's begin the cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, let's hope I can do this well. Arrived at the guard station at 1. The computer corroborates that. Old Hammer. What were you doing? What kind of errands? Oh, well, you know. Answer the question. Actually, I was watching for Hammer Powers. There we go. Observing, you know. Observing. Why are you supposed to be at the guard station? Whippersnapper, I told you I locked the gate, didn't I? I did my job. I'm not sure your boss would see it that way. Anyway, I always watch Hammer's run-throughs. Always. Never missed one in all my years. Wow, I want to see you still samurai run through too. You could quit being a spirit medium and take up guard duty. Not a bad idea. Anyway, it was one when I got to the guard station. I was at the main gate. I'm not sure about that. So you're watching there the whole time? No breaks? Not even a second? Of course, I'm a professional, you know. Or are you criticizing how I do my job, whippersnapper? No, it's just after seeing you eating those donuts in the car station yesterday. I can watch the gate and eat donuts at the same time, snipper whapper. Snipper whapper? Old Windbag is losing it, Nick. Why don't you raise an objection? So the witness was on duty through the afternoon the whole time. Very well. What did you see? Now, the murder happened at 2:30, right? Interesting to me because a certain man walked right by. It was Powers. How do you know it was him? So you saw Mr. Powers. That's what I said. Got waxing at your Sonny? Nick, this is your chance. Yeah, time to pull out the secret weapon. I'll say that again. It was him. Present the photo. Let me get this straight, old bag, or Miss Old Bag. You've been saying everything yesterday that you saw Mr. Powers, correct? But you're talking about the man in this photo, aren't you? Just a moment, Mr. Wright. Let me see that photo. I can't tell who it is. What is this exactly? None other than the Steel Samurai, defender of Neo Old Tokyo. Miss Oldbag, is this the Mr. Powers that you saw? Of course. Didn't your mama teach you any sense, Sonny? Anyone can please that's Powers, right? No, they can't. Uh, um, well, I mean, I wonder. True, Mr. Powers does play the role of the Steel Samurai, but that doesn't mean Mr. Powers is the Steel Samurai. I knew that. I wasn't born yesterday. No one in the court is accusing you of that, miss, or witness. Having trouble calling her old bag, apparently. However, you do not have proof that the person in this photo is Mr. Will Powers, do you? Nosy old man. Of course I have proof. What? How? Even Edgeworth is surprised. The prosecution would like to ask the witness. Please make known all the information in your possession ahead of time. How was I to know everyone would be so nosy? You should all be ashamed, all of you. Anyway, show the photo to the young detective. He told me this isn't any good as evidence, pal. Didn't even give it a second look. Wow, old Windbag has left even Edgeworth speechless. She's good. Let's hear about your proof then. Alright. I never saw anything. I never say anything, I don't mean mind you. That morning, during the run through the action scene, I saw Powers trip and fall. He broke one of the props. It was a big mess. Apparently he sprained his ankle pretty bad. Now look at that picture. You can see he's dragging his legs, see? Clear as day. That's how I knew it was Powers. Happy? I don't see that. So he had sprained his ankle? Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. She's gotta be hiding something. I'll press her until she squeals. Never say anything I don't mean. That line. Saw Powers trip and fall. Trip and fall? Yes, and to think he's supposed to be the Steel Samurai. What a laugh. So Powers sprained his ankle. I helped make it better for him, of course. You helped make it better? I kissed it where it hurt. Let's just skip over that part, shall we? Where was the assistant then? Oh, her? She was cleaning up backdrops, I think. She didn't know about Powers' ankle. You may continue your testimony. You broke one of the... Which means, would that prop need to get fixed? You broke a prop? Sure did, his own samurai spear. His samurai spear, the murder weapon? He broke the murder weapon. Luckily I was there with duct tape to fix it. Yeah. Samurai murder weapon, a break in the shop has been mended with duct tape. Apparently he sprained his ankle. Pretty bad. But didn't you just kiss it better? Mr. Powers' ankle badly sprained? Plus he broke that he couldn't walk around. He went to his dressing room to rest up after lunch. Thus the nap. Anyway, I saw him dragging his foot when he walked. Dragging his foot, okay? I think we've heard enough, haven't we, Your Honor? Well, there is one thing that bothers me, which is, where is the steel samurai costume now? Hmm? Actually, well, we couldn't find it. We're looking, though. Anyway, that's not important. The witness did see the steel samurai, yes? Even you said that wasn't conclusive at all. And it's clear that the person in the steel samurai suit was Mr. Will Powers. I suppose that's right. Are you sure, Your Honor? There's no way. Hold it right there. We keep talking possibilities, but you have to agree that the photo shows the steel samurai. Nowhere in this picture can we see Mr. Will Powers. The defense has a point. I also wonder if someone else not caught on camera could have killed Mr. Hammer. We have to consider that possibility also. Then allow me to remove doubt from your mind, Your Honor. Will the witness continue her testimony? No need to ask twice. Well, good thing I have that thing that shows that was the second picture that day. The time of poor Hammer's death was 2:30 p.m., true? The only person I saw go into the studio then was Will Powers. No one else went there. Yep. Photo number 2. Okay. Okay, yeah. No one else went there. If they had, I would have seen them. So if no one else went to the studio, then it would have to be the Steel Samurai who did it. Mr. Wright and me cross-examined the witness. Great. The time, 2:30. No one else went there. Are you sure? What about before you got to the guard station? You mean before one? Why, everyone was in the employee A area before then. They locked the main gate so no one could get in. Not to mention, if they had, I would have seen them. Are you sure? The witness has answered this question. Anyone going into the studio? That's right. You let him have an edgy boy. That's gross. Old Wimbeck sure has balls, or well, you know what I mean. Old Wimbeck has a way of skipping over important details, after all. For that matter, entirely forgetting them. Okay, I heard like you did bad noise. So I thought I lost one of my strikes. Let's present the photo of him. Hold on. Look at this photograph one more time. This photograph was taken by camera at the gate for the studios, correct? Yes, sirree, Sonny. So whenever anyone passes here, it automatically takes a picture. And here I thought you didn't know your head from a hole in the ground. Right. Anyway, it's also true that the computer in the guard station records all security cam data. Oh, if you wanted to work at the studio, we might have an opening. That very computer printed out this photo. Note on the back of the photo are words printed the words October 15th, 2 p.m., photo number 2. Even I know that means it was taken at 2 p.m. on October the 15th. Really, Sonny? Actually, I knew that too. The issue is the bit at the end where it says photo number 2. Photo number 2. The computer only held data for one photo that day. Don't you think that's odd? Shouldn't this photo be photo number 1 if it really was the only photo? Order, order. Please tell the court what you mean by this, Mr. Wright. Actually, that's what I wanted to ask the witness. This evidence shows that not one but 2 people went to the studio that day. Yet here there's only data for one of the photos. Also, didn't all the cast just show up at the studio and yet there's only one? Who could have erased the data for the other photo? Only someone with access, the security lady herself. Me? You watch your mouth, whippersnapper. The only person I saw that day was Will Powers, so you weren't paying attention. But the camera on the gate fired twice. That means 2 people went by. Well, yes, that's what it would seem to me. Can the witness explain this to the court? I don't understand these newfangled computer things. Edgy boy, help. Huh? Believe me, I want to, but I don't know what this means either. Some help you are. You're a whippersnapper too. Whippersnapper. Something the matter, Miss Oldbag? Ah, that's right. I just remembered something. Let me guess. Someone else passed by the gate. Someone other than the Steel Samurai. Well, yes, I suppose you could put it that way. Wow. I see. Your testimony, please. Every day after I finish my guard duties, I have one other important job to do. I go through the photos recorded on the security computer and check them. I throw out any photos that aren't suspicious looking, you see. Come to think of it, now I remember throwing out one photo that day. Miss Oldbag, this is the first I've heard of this. Well, of course, Sonny, I only just remembered it. Right. Anyway, Mr. Wright, please begin on the cross-examination. Well, I say this was turn unexpected, but I kind of expected this. Yeah. What was suspicious about him? Go through the photos. What do you call suspicious? How exactly do you determine what isn't suspicious looking? Oh, you can tell by looking at their faces, for the most part. For the most part? This is a murder trial, Miss Oldbag. Well, I didn't touch that suspicious looking Will Powers photo, did I? I think she's missing the point. She really is. Come to think of it, now I remember throwing out one photo that day, which was, well, who in the heck was in the photo you erased? A fanboy. Fanboy. Steel Samurai fanboys, real freaks if you ask me. They get information about their personals from gosh knows where. They're always hanging about. When was there that day? Wait a second, didn't you just say no one else could get in? I locked the main gate so no one could get in. Those were your words. Well, if you must know, there's a drain that goes into the employee area. The grate has been loose for a while. Loose outside and well, that's where they come in. They come in through the drain. I told you they were freaks. Oh, and they're kids. Children. Whippersnappers. Kids? So on the photo that you erased, it was a boy, probably 2nd or 3rd grade. What? But that still means someone else is there. Order, order. Let me get this straight. You saw 2 people pass by the gate on their way to the studio Sunday. One was a steel samurai dragging his leg, the other was a boy who looked to be about second or third grade. Are they doing the Muppet thing where they stand on each other's shoulders with a trench coat? Oh yes, well, you see this type there every day. Can't stop 'em, can't catch 'em. A boy in second or third grade, I assume it would be hard, if not impossible, for a young boy to wield a samurai spear. Impossible, I think. It's quite heavy. Right, as I said, I didn't pay him much mind. That's why I erased the data. Nick, what's going on? I mean, the boy was there makes him a suspect. Yeah, and they're already trying to unsuspect him. This court will take a 5-minute recess. I want the defense and the prosecution to consider this new information. No forgetting vital information this time. October 18th, 11:08 a.m. District Court and Defendant Lobby Number 3. Mr. Powers? Yes? Tell me straight. Were you really in your dressing room? You didn't go to the studio. I didn't go to the studio. I was sleeping, honest. It was the Steel Samurai that was in the security photo. How should I know? The Steel Samurai costume was off in the corner of the dressing room. Anyone could have walked in and taken it, really. What? You should take better care of that stuff. I couldn't imagine anyone wanting the Steel Samurai costume. So, where does this leave me? Doesn't look good. Sniffle. You're the only likely suspect right now. Nick, what are we going to do? First, we play for more time. We'll start targeting someone else that could have conceivably done this. Right. And it'll take them so long to shoot us down that we get another day. Right, but if we pick the wrong person, we might lose on the spot. You don't sound very optimistic. I'm not optimistic at all, actually. Hey, Nick, it's time. Okay, let's go. But my other thing is, before we continue on with the story, they made a comment about it being too heavy, but if the prop broke, the part that broke off, I'm sure a child could have done it, and if it was multiple children, like I suspect, were there, it would be totally, they totally would have been able to do that. So I think it's like multiple children, but I don't think anyone else wants to prosecute children. What does that mean? Please don't sigh like that, Sniffle. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Mr. Willpowers. Mr. Edward, will you present the prosecution's thoughts on this matter? The prosecution's thoughts are simple. Nothing has changed. The other person who went into the studio was a boy, roughly of 10 years of age. The photo we do have may not be hard evidence, but there is still no one else that could have committed this crime. I call a verdict of guilty for the defendant, Mr. Willpowers. Very well, Mr. Wright, your thoughts. The defense disagrees with the prosecution's claim. There is another person who could have committed this crime. Porter, interesting. Let us hear who you have in mind. However, be aware that this court does not look kindly on accusing the innocent. If you accuse someone who is obviously innocent, you will be penalized. Right, agreed, as the stakes on higher enough. So who is this person other than Mr. Powers that could have committed murder? The assistant. It was the assistant. The steel samurai costume was in this dressing room. She stole it, and in doing so, she became the steel samurai. So you're saying the steel samurai in the picture is really the assistant? That's correct, Your Honor. If you're serious, you've got guts, Mr. Wright. Remember the photo? Wasn't the steel samurai a little lame? He was dragging his foot. Oh, bad feeling this time. Remember the testimony concerning Powers' injuries? Powers and poor Hammer were at the run-through, and oh me. What about the assistant? Oh, her? She was cleaning backdrops, I think. Oh, she didn't know breathing. Said she could. But she couldn't walk. She wouldn't have limped. What? Mr. Wright, I'm afraid I'll have to penalize you as well. No one knows the trouble I've seen. I would, Your Honor, one more chance, please. Very well, go ahead. No. Great school boy. It was a great school boy. Why isn't anyone saying anything? Bah, are you seriously suggesting the boy did it, Mr. Wright? Grade school boy kills veteran action star with spear. For one thing, the murder weapon was with steel samurai. Would you care to explain just how the boy would have obtained it from him? Maybe it was part of a dumb move on my part. Maybe. Maybe. It absolutely was, Nick. Mr. Wright, I'm afraid I have to penal. What? How? I mean, I don't doubt portions of her testimony. It was the security lady, Wendy Old. Oh my gosh, her name was Wendy Oldbag. Who? The Steel Samurai is dragging his leg in the picture. That means whoever in the suit knew about the morning's injury, maybe because they had been watching the action scene run through. Okay, so the limping was the thing? I don't think it was her. There was only one person other than Powers and Hammer who knew about the injury. The security lady, Oldbag. What? Whippersnapper. I don't think so. Order, order. Is this true, Oldbag? Oldbag, that's Miss Oldbag to you. Miss Oldbag was standing guard alone at the main gate. She was by herself. In other words, she has no alibi. She could have briefly left her post to steal the steel samurai costume, then slipped into Studio One, the scene of the murder. Why would she go through the trouble of wearing the steel samurai costume? Simple, Your Honor. She knew the camera at the gate would take her picture. If she was in his costume, she could point the finger at Mr. Powers. I see. Excellent deductive reasoning, Mr. Wright. Oh yeah, right here. Sherlock Holmes too, baby. That's odd. Isn't this the part where Edgeworth pounces? Doesn't he usually jump out with an objection and some new damning evidence? Well, Mr. Edward, does the prosecution have an opinion on this matter? The prosecution has no meaningful objections at this time. What? What's that supposed to mean? So you all think I did it? Is that it? Veggie boy, don't just sit there, do something. That's my new, maybe now it's my chance to take this the whole way. Press her, I don't like her. Very same reasoning that makes Mr. Powers a suspect in this case, can be used to count doubt on Miss Oldbeck's actions on that case. But why would I do something so horrible to poor Hammer? You forget that Mr. Powers lacks a clear motive too. Indeed. That did it. Now Lindbergh was one of the suspects. No hard feelings, I hope. Wait just a minute. What about the other person who went into the studio? The boy. The one whose photo I erased. You mean I got that second penalty because no one believed me. But now what I'm saying is going through because the older lady is saying it. Really. I'm a bit annoyed, but you know, that doesn't matter. It's only in second or third grade. That doesn't matter. When I was that age, I could pin my old man in 10 seconds tops. Your thoughts, Mr. Wright? That boy's not the killer. What? How can you be so sure? Oh, or is it be nice to the kids and mean to your elders day? Whippersnapper. I have proof. Proof? Indeed. Then let's see this proof, Mr. Wright. You have proof that shows the boy could not have committed this murder. Is it the murder weapon? Yay. Your Honor. The murder weapon was a samurai spear. Murder. The very spear is shown here in this photo. How could the boy have taken the spear? It's impossible. I see. Well, would the witness care to comment on this? Mm. The windbag, speechless. It's gotta be a first. Very well. This court will suspend proceedings in the current trial for today. Mr. Edwards, please find out more about your witness, Miss Wendy. What was her name? Something Oldbag, Your Honor. When then the prosecution will look further into this old bag before we continue. That is all. This court is adjourned. Still don't think it was her. Wait a second. I'm not going to sit here while you run off barking up the wrong tree. Me? I'm talking. Oh, great. Stop the presses. The windbag wants to talk. Miss Oldbag, what is this all about? Have you admitted something from your testimony? Actually, you must know. There's something I was told not to talk about. Not to talk about? By whom? So it wasn't Edgeworth this time? Yeah. Well, testify. Oh my gosh. I didn't believe it was her. Maybe that kid's a witness. No. Global Studios wanted me to keep quiet about something. There were some other people at the studios on the day of the murder. They said they had nothing to do with it, see? So they told me just to pretend they hadn't been at the studios that day. But if you're going to accuse me, I'm not letting them get away scot-free. Miss Oldbag, this is crucial information. Why did you keep this from the court until now? Ain't you been listening? They told me to shut my trap. I always do what I'm told. No, this isn't a bad dream, Your Honor. Witness the power of the old bag. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. Oh my gosh, I thought we were done for the day. So we could look. There were. Who were they? Who were these people? Well, the director and the producer, for starters. Exactly. A bunch of people got on set for the rehearsal. The director? They should have known something special. How would they have done a run-through of their action scene without the director? Thank you. Of course. Yes, well, I suppose no one asked about it. So where were these people? Probably studio too. The director was in the employee area all morning for the run-through. He joined the producer around lunchtime and they had a meeting after that. Where? Oh, it's the Studio 2 trailer. Told you. Studio 2? Well, if you look at the guide map, here it is. You go through the gate, all the same way to the left. But if you are in, but you also don't have to go through the camera to get in there. Well, Mr. Wright, would you like to continue the cross-examination? I think I've already asked all my questions, but let me continue the cross-examination. They said they had nothing to do with it. See? So they told me just to pretend. I'm gonna ask her about that. Why did you? So they were actually in the studio. Yes, the whole day. When they heard about the murder, they beat it before the cops came. I will kill this woman, I swear it. I am on your side, Edgeworth. She really left him hanging on this one. But if you're going to accuse me, I'm not going to let them get away scot-free. Can I not question her? Them? Who were these people? Well, the director and the producers, for starters. Hmm. Yeah, this is the same thing. Take a break. Your Honor, we have learned there were others at Global Studios on the day in question. Director and the producer and some bigwigs were all present, yet as we stand here, they have not been questioned. I hold that it is impossible to declare a verdict on the defendant, Mr. Powers. The court acknowledges the defense's point. The prosecution will gather more information about the witness, Miss Oldbag, and more information about these other people who we have just been told of. Edward got in trouble. I understand, Your Honor. This ends the day's proceedings in the trial of Mr. Will Powers. If his name does end up being like Goodwill Powers, I'm going to laugh. That is all. This court is adjourned. October 18th, 1:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. I was right to ask you to defend me. Really, it's nothing, Gren. Oh, or should I? Sniffle. We'll be going down to the studios to do some more investigating. We have to find out more about this director and producer. They'll be turning up in the next trial as witnesses for certain. So now's my chance to get some material for the cross-examination. So, Nick, have we figured out just who was in the steel samurai costume? Could it really have been old Lindbergh? What do you think, Mr. Powers? I don't think it was her, really. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to say it was her. I mean, the kid's more obvious. Yeah, I know. Look, it was just buying time back there. Someone had to be the bad guy for a bit to take the pressure off Mr. Powers. Poor old Lindbergh. I feel kind of sorry for her. Well, she wasn't winning any points in there, with or without my accusation. Well, let's get down to the studios. Right, we'll be back to visit you soon. Thanks. Thanks, guys. Yuffle. Oh my gosh. First day of court is over. So... But now that we know it was a kid, it is quite... So the kid's probably the witness. Probably not the trench coat thing. Because, I mean, who would question, the director and going into the employee area and whatnot? So... Yeah, so we probably need to find the kid in order to have a witness. October 18th, Wright and Co. law offices. Ooh, what a day. This is no time for relaxing, Nick. Say, you think WP's got a chance? I guess that really depends on the people we found out about in today's trial. Director and producer? Yeah, them. Well, what are we doing here then? Let's get to the studios. I don't want to talk to her. Studio. October 18th, 2:16 p.m. Global Studios main gate. No one's here, right. Now that they have Miss Oldbag in custody, I guess they don't have anyone else to replace her. Hey, in the guard station, look, she left her donuts. What? I wasn't going to eat them. I also want to know if there's another, camera that would have seen. Looks like it's been turned off for the day. No. Should be overhead. It's the same thing. Looks like you there. Main entrance. Probably a police officer patrolling. The security guard station. Miss Oldbag must like the junk food. I think that's everything. I don't think something happened. Let's go to the employee room. Maybe they're here. October 18th, Global Studios employee area. Look, is that assistant girl? Hey. Hi, WP's lawyers, right? I heard about the trial. Great job, guys. Oh, hoi, don't mention it. Is it true they caught the security lady? Oh, hoi. Actually, she just called me. She told me to cover up that drain. mean that one? Wow, what a mess. I know. I'm not so good with handiwork. So I'm assistant, right? Yeah. But you do work on the props and the backups, right? Right. Just lots of times they end up looking worse than they did before I fixed them. Oh, well, I'm sure these things happen. Nothing to worry yourself about. You're right, I won't. Personally, I think you should worry at least a little bit more. If you'll excuse me, I have to go to the guard station. I'm supposed to fill in for Miss Oldbag. Right, see you later then. Good luck with your investigation. So maybe now that she's there, I can look at um, the other the camera footage from that day. So the fanboy they were talking about in the trial today came through that drain, so it seems. I guess they covered it up in a hurry. Hey Nick, the drain's covered. The boy wouldn't be able to get in. Yeah, I think that was the idea. Feel kind of sad of her, though, don't you? But what do you want to rip the grate off? Really, Nick? We can? Whoa, she's serious. Uh-oh. No, that's weird. No, I think you should leave it on. They only just repaired it. And if you take it off, that assistant will get yelled at by you know who. Yeah, I guess so. Wow, you didn't expect her to take it that hard. Nope, no, I didn't mean this. No, no, leave it be. Well, I know it's not checked off, but I don't think we need to do anything about that yet. Um, makes it a lot easier. Mains of lunch. Um, storage room. It's not locked. Okay, let's move into the dressing room. See if there's anything new. This is where it was. He snuck in while he was sleeping. But he hasn't. But the killer hadn't been sleeping. Yeah, food. There's a bunch of snacks they must give to decent employees. There's some tea and cookies. Wait, Nick, what now? These snacks, they're past the expiration date. And don't eat them. They're snacks. They're meant to be eaten. You're really not going to question that the food might have been drugged? Mr. Powers is fat. I wonder what's inside. Hey, supermarket tabloids. Wow, I'm kind of shocked. Why not leave those alone? Wolfman found on Mars. I have to find that issue. I feel like we're not questioning stuff that very much should be. Can't see outside. I really think it should be looking at that food, but okay. Here, let's go back to the main studio. Is she here now? Can I look at that? It looks like they've been turned off. Okay, where is the girl then? She should be here. Let's go outside Studio 1. Over, we might have to go to the detention center to ask how to turn the computers on. Hey Nick, it looks like Detective Gumshoe isn't here today. You're right. Probably up to his neck in paperwork after the promotion at today's trial. Hey Nick, remember that Studio 2 we heard about at the trial today? It goes down that path with the fallen tree, right? Yeah, I think that's what they said. Maybe the director and the rest of them are there today. Now's our chance, Nick. Let's check it out. Yeah, let's go to Studio 2. October 18th, Studio 2 entrance. This is Studio 2? I thought so. Doesn't really look much like a studio, does it? No, that it does not. Hey, there's a trailer over there. Looks pretty sturdy for a movie set trailer. Are we sure this is a studio? I'm not so sure. Here, van for carrying stuff. It kept it in good shape. Well, let's go for no. Sure, if I had a license. Nick, you don't have a driver's license? But look, I have this. Why are you showing me your attorney's bag, Nick? Because that is what I put in here, obviously. Incinerator, apparently they just put this one in. Suspicious. It's already covered in soot, they must not clean it much. Food here. Looks like 2 people ate here. There's nothing left on the plates. Hey, so they ate T-bone steaks too. Shouldn't there still be the bones? What is it with steaks around here? Hey, there's always room for steak, but something does seem out of place. What? I don't know, it just feels odd. Like the fact that there's no bones? There very much should be bones. Big 2 painted on here. Probably because this is Studio 2, probably. But it doesn't look anything like a studio. That's not really the question I wanted you to have answered, but that's fine. These look like materials for making a movie set. They've been sitting here for quite some time. This might as well be a junkyard. That is broken, which could be used as a spear. There's some flowers here. Wow, so pretty. You're taking good care of these. Don't get too close. That fence looks dangerous. It does. On closer inspection, this trail looks like it's been here for a while. I don't think this is part of some temporary film set. Nick, let's go inside. You think it's okay? Oh well, it's locked. Aw, shucks. Inside. Hmm. Yes. Um, let's move inside Studio 1. Maybe they're there. October 18th, Studio 1. I don't really want to be in here. Yeah, it's a murder scene. I'm gonna go someplace else. Nick? Sorry. Um, let's try the detention center. I have a feeling that we can ask our friend Miss Oldbag. Can we at least? Wow, Mr. Wright, thank you for earlier. Not at all. We got lucky to tell the truth. You can say that again. Let's not. So, WP, do you have any leads that might get us going in the right direction? Sorry, but no. Be sure to tell us anything that comes to mind, no matter how small. Can't rely on getting lucky again tomorrow. Yes, Sniffle. I am now. Do your fanboys sneak into the studios often? No, not that I know of. My security lady's pretty strict with them. But in Tay's testimony, didn't she say they were often hanging around? It gets really, really low. The Steel Samurai, they sneak past when she's not looking, I guess. Was the director present at the morning run through? Yes, he was. He was directing how the Steel Samurai and the evil magistrate should move. Why didn't you tell us that before? Well, just the studio asked us to keep quiet. That has nothing to do with this. I hate to repeat myself, but Nick here is a newbie lawyer, fresh off the bar. When he loses, he's going to lose big. I see. Nipple. Whose side is she on anyways? Sorry for him, Mike. You aren't hiding anything else from us, are you? No, I sure hope not. Is there like anything? Do I need to like I don't know what to do. Any ideas? Don't have enough case to make information. Just made yet. There's not enough. What do we do? We've been at the studio and I don't quite get it unless we're supposed to remove that grate and then move in, maybe? Yeah. The only thing I can think of doing is removing this. This is the only thing that says I haven't. Fanboy. So maybe we can let him in so we can carry him. Well, I guess some things are just made to be broken. Yay! You know, Nick, you're pretty swell sometimes. Sometimes. Hiya! There. That should make the kids happy. The things we do. But can we go through? The grand grade is off, and I know who did it. Now the kids will be able to come again. Doesn't it make you feel great to do a good deed like that? Must be nice to live so free of guilt. Okay, so we can't go through there. Um, questioned the dude. Let's see, cola, normal. Wait, look, samurai soda. Okay, the samurai soda's sold out today. Hmm. Okay, now I'm kind of confused as to what we're doing. I'm just going to look over everything again. I think that's my main option. It's locked. Kind of dusty outside. Looks like someone's sleeping. Always have mirrors. According to Maya, that was a wig used on some TV show. Samurai Blue. There's nothing here. Let's move back to studio one. Oops. The area outside of studio one. Really? I had to kick the grate down to activate her being here. Oh, hello. Oh, boy, you look a little out of place. Just the clothes, isn't it? I thought my camo vest would do the trick. Kind of an alternative guard fashion thing. Also, I don't know if you can hear it, but there's a car going off outside. I have no clue where it's coming from. Is this open now? No. Let's talk to her. The studios. So, how are the studios doing? There's police wandering around everywhere. It's terrible. They won't even let me clean up. Don't need disturbing evidence. I haven't even cleaned up our lunch plates from the day of the murder. You mean those plates with the steak bones left on them in the employee area? Yeah, can you believe it? Do kids sneak in here on a lot? Well, I don't think there's that many of them, but I do see one in particular a bunch. She's always scoffing at the sets or snapping pictures. You should see old Windbag's eyes flash when she sees him. She has a bit of trouble catching him, though, which means he might have pictures of the murder. I heard something at the trial today. They said the director and producer were here the day of the murder. Oh, sorry, I was in the prop storage room, so I didn't see them. I guess they were here, though. The studio heads seemed pretty eager to keep us quiet. So they were trying to protect the director? More the producer, really. The producer's our real star here. She saved these studios from the brink of disaster and kept them running. I don't think we'll still be in business. Yeah, that was not English. I don't think we still be in business if it weren't for that producer. The producer, huh? Um, does this mean like other stuff has activated now that I've torn um the crate down? Kind of hoping so. Let's go back to Studio 2. Maybe the producer is just gonna show up. October 18th, Studio 2 entrance. This place is deserted. Crash. Eek! Nick! What was that noise? Sounded like it came from inside the trailer. Someone must be inside. Okay, so I didn't activate things the way the game wanted me to. Okay. I thought it was just getting lost and all over the place. No answer. Pretty suspicious if you ask me, Nick. Let's go in. I'm not sure we should barge in. Huh? It's locked. What? Don't we have a key? No, but there's probably one in the guard station at the main gate. What are we waiting for? Let's follow it. Let us. Wait, let's move back to the studio. Let's ask her for. Oh, are we just going to take it? Sorry, guard station. Oh, please don't touch anything in there. The scary lady was stuffing out of me if she knew. I really want the key to that trailer. Maybe next time. Hmm, can't ask her. Hmm, I'm like thinking maybe we could tell her that the grate is off, and then she'll go back to fix it. That is my guess for right now. Drain gate is off, and I know who did it. Um, but I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't think there should be a mirror. Back here. Nothing to talk to her about. That's the only thing I can think of doing. I mean, like, are we hoping that the kid comes back? Um, let's move in there. Just check it one last time. WTF? Oh my gosh. Someone's now in here. WTF? Who's that Joe dude from now? Maya? Huh? Wait, you first. Who are you? Wait, was there any indication that something should have been going on here? I don't remember. I don't know how you would have known unless you're like retracing all your steps. You look pretty suspicious to me. Whatever. Lamers, I'm guessing? How can how can you not know the great salmonella? Is he trying to do some like online geek gaming lingo that no one else gets? That I make 10 late shows. The Steel Samurai, mine. RTFC, read the film credit. Really? You're the Salmonella? I'm so sorry, you look so sorry. No, no, quite alright, really, it's fine. Ha ha ha. What is it? On closer inspection. Yeah. Hot, hot, hot. Oh no, he's a neckbeard. Hey, do you do a lot of cosplay? Because that costumes. Oh my gosh, why is he moving his tongue? That's disgusting. Rock sores. Hey, you're drooling. Huh? Lol. Buffer overrun. You triggered my creative powers? Yes, yes, it's coming to me. Pink Princess. The sequel to The Steel Samurai, Pink Princess. Warrior of Little Old Tokyo. So is he the director? Okay, that looks very Sailor Moon. ROFL, LMAO, Pink Princess. Why has it gotta be Little Old Tokyo? Why can't I have a cool name like Neo Old Tokyo? Ryan, we really need to talk about cool. Um, Everything is hopefully the same in here. Yes. There's. Hey, Nick. What now? The snacks. There was twice this much here before. I ate them. They were past their expiration date anyway. She's not biting her lip and trying to cry. I know I told you not to eat it, but I guess let's talk to him because we actually have something. Did you notice anything unusual on the day of the murder? Oh, I know who you dudes are. That security lady told you about us, eh? That's right. It was a pretty regular day. We had a run through for an action scene in the morning, then a meeting from lunchtime in the Studio 2 trailer. I was so busy I didn't even get a chance to eat lunch. But there was 2 plates. The T-bone steak, was it? Yeah. Suxers? I don't know what that says. I hate missing out on food. Nick, what does suxors mean? No idea. Anyway, I was in the meeting from noon till after 4, with the producer and some bigwigs from the network. Mr. Hammer's time of death was estimated at 2:30 p.m. He's telling the truth. That meeting gives him an alibi. About the producer who was at the meeting with you. Oh, you mean Dee Vasquez? She's a genius. Math skills all the way. Scary, though. She brought these studios back from the brink of destruction. She's the one who made it possible for me to make the Steel Samurai. You had a meeting with her on the day of the murder, right? Yeah, we were together from noon to 4 p.m. the whole time. Who exactly are these bigwigs people keep mentioning? Oh, the boss over at the network and some sponsors. Also a few production guys. They piled into a limousine and got here right around noon. Major tension. Were all of them with you the entire time? Yeah, unfortunately. They're all gray-haired geezers. Sounds like they'd all be reliable witnesses. Um, register for me. Can I don't I don't know what this will do, but I'm gonna give it to him. I try not to. Okay, now he's just being a creeper. Can I ask about this photo? This is WP, right? How do you know? Well, look, he's obviously dragging his foot. Oh, right, the director would know about the injuries there. Um, Because I try not to. You don't pay attention to like the main thing of it. Um, Nothing to ask him. There's nothing going over here unless me going back here activated something else. is all I can think of. Um, move back to the main gate. Okay, yeah, here we go. Aha, you again. Eek. How rude, acting like you've seen a ghost. You certainly got back to your post quickly. On the Oh, the police took me away, did they? Oh, they did. They pulled out a sparse steel samurai costume, told me to put it on. Can you imagine? How could I? My sweet little old lady wear a gigantic suit like that. Mr. Power is pretty tall. As soon as they saw there was no way I could wear it, they let me go. Guess that would rule out her being the murderer. Anyway, know this, whippersnapper. This old lady never forgets a slight or insult. And you won't get any information out of me. My lips are sealed. You sure are talking a lot for someone with sealed lips. Starting now. One, two, three. This lady's too much. Does this mean that this stuff's on security guard station? I can see the computer. Hey, no touching. Guess I best stop there. So how can I get her to leave? I didn't mean to do that. Okay, let's talk to her. About the kid you said you saw. If I see him again, I'm taking him down. Nick, look at her eyes. She's serious. Yeah, she looks like a demon. How the director, the one who was here on the day of the murder? If I see him again, I'm taking him down. Nick, I think she's losing it. I mean, you know where the director is. Let's go back to that area. Okay, okay, maybe we're on the right spot. Things keep activating. Hey, hey, wait. I'll bet he came right through that drain. Hey kiddo, what's your name, sport? I'm not a kid, so don't talk to me like that. Huh? But you are a kid. What a rude little brat. There's no way to talk to an adult. I don't see no adults here, hippie fashion chick. Hippie fashion? Nick, I think I'm being mocked. Gotta hand it to Maya, she's pretty smart, sharp, and pretty mad. I'm Cody. Cody Hackins. I know I get the last part is hack in, but I'm not so sure about what Cody's comes from or if it's anything really. Call me kiddo again, and I'll cut you down where you stand, evildoer. Let's talk to him. Steel Samurai. So you're a fan of the Steel Samurai? How dare you utter that name, evildoer? What do you mean? We're on the Steel Samurai side. Ha, ha, you can't fool me. Okay, what's the last line set by the innkeeper in episode 8? Ha, easy. Like some fries with that? Not bad, kiddo. Watch it. What are they doing? Having a night off. Say, you heard about anything about the incident the other day? You were here, weren't you? Did you see anything? He, hmm? He always, the Steel Samurai always wins, always. Yeah, I saw him. I saw everything. What? But no way I'm going to tell you losers. But wait, let me go. He's gone. Hmm. Something fell off the table and he bumped into it on his way out. A bottle? Why was this sitting there, I wonder? Bottle found on the table in the employer label sleeping pills, aka the reason why he was asleep. Anyway, what was that kid saying? He saw everything. Um, I'm going to guess that I'm just going to check into the dressing room quick. Um, I think the lady might have seen him as he disappeared and thus would be away. Yes, that was right. Huh? Where'd that old windbag go? I'll have her to leave the post. Hey, Nick, that was her. She's trying to chase this boy. Stop, whippersnapper. Yeah, sounds like she's chasing after that boy. Match. Uh-oh, she tripped. Maya sure looks happy. And let's steal her keys. Here we go. Hey, Nick. Now's our chance. Let's check out the guard station. Good idea. Oh, this is it, Nick. The trailer key. The key to the trailer in Studio 2. We'll be borrowing this, right, Nick? Yep. Uh, we finally got that done. Had no clue what was going on. Let's go outside of Studio 2. Let's send it over. And let's investigate the store again. I wonder if the key we borrowed from the guard stand will work. It opened. Great, let's go, Nick. She seems eager all of a sudden. Well, you first, Nick. Not that eager. Alright, let's go in the trailer. New things happening. I saw a lot of samurai stuff. October 18th, Studio 2 trailer. Oh, she must be the producer. Nick, someone's in here. Names? Oh, our names? We're WP's lawyers, and, I see. And who might you be? Dee Vasquez, the producer. She's quite beautiful. Thanks for noticing, Phoenix. Window, the glass is frosted, can't see outside. Winter is coming, that's nice. Looks like they were designing a set to use for the Steel Samurai show. They got some figures on costs. Can't believe they spend that much money. Another old movie poster, The Singing Samurai, starring Jack Hammer. What the heck do samurai sing about? Chopping off heads? Oh my god. That movie was the best. It's about a samurai who sings his way to fame and fortune. Mr. Hammer was a very accomplished singer, you know. Singing samurai stars. What's next? Ninja ballet? Don't let the director hear you. Samurai Summers, starring Jack Hammer. This poster is quite old. Wow, it's been years since I saw that show. That was on one of those typical summer romance stories, but it was great. A typical summer romance with a samurai on a horse. Is this one also Jack Hammer? An old movie poster. Dynamic Samurai starring Jack Hammer. I guess Mr. Hammer used to be quite the star. Which is weird why he's the villain, unless something happened. Nothing in here that could be a clue, just some paper cups and crumpled documents. You're really not going to check the crumpled documents. This is where they had the meeting. There are documents and paper cups scattered around. We're not checking any of that, because what would that do? And let's talk to her. Day of the crime. I was wondering if you could tell me about the day of the murder. Miss Vasquez? Script. Excuse me. Script. I'm looking for a script. A script. Steel Samurai, episode 13. I need it. Did we ask you a bit about the date of the murder? I need to read it. We're getting nowhere fast. So the Steel Samurai though. We'd really like to ask you about the Steel Samurai. I gotta say script. Miss Vasquez? It's on TV every week. That's all I have to say about that. Nick, she's telling us to go watch TV, but murder her. Okay, don't get mad at me. She, I don't. How is she bringing the studio back from the brink of destruction? About the director, Salmonella, was it? What exactly is his role here? Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. I'm looking for a script. Can't be bothered with anything else. Like, are all the people in the entertainment business this weird? Starting to look like it. Nick, let's get out of here. Isn't there some place else we have to check? Yeah. Wait. Yes? If you see Manella, give him this. Why do we have to do your errands? She's not gonna say anything. I don't think I like her. Sniffle? Don't cry. She'll take it as a sign of weakness. Alright. We'll give it to him if we see him. Vasquez's memo. I don't like her. Let's go back to the dressing room. That's probably where he is. Main gate. New room. Still here. Let's present him this document. Here, I got this from the producer. Huh? Bring me the script for episode 13. Episode 13? Where did I put that one? I must have left it somewhere. Uh-oh. My butt is owned if I don't find it. Nick? It might be quicker to just look in all the places where he's likely to have been. I agree. Can I ask him? Is it going to be in the trash that I just left? Probably. This episode has been making me do stuff like that, so I would not be surprised. I don't think it's there. Probably serial one. Wait, maybe we can look inside that bag. Cause like, yeah, we are. Cause we've been seeing this bag, and seriously, there's nothing in the bag other than that. Hey, look, it's the director's chair. Director, Maya, take a look around that chair for me, would you? Remember that script the director was talking about? Didn't he say he left it somewhere? Aha! I found it. The script. Good work. Steel Samurai script for reads episode 13. So, I'm gonna go back to talk to the producer. Maybe she'll talk to me now. Alright. Let's present this to her. Here, we found it. Your script. Script handed to D. Vasquez. You're not going to talk to us? Quiet. I'm reading. Just hold on. What's the big idea? Who do you think you are anyway? And do you even know who we are? Powers is lawyers. Right. Am I a suspect? No, it's just, well, no, but you wanted to know about the day of the murder? Yes. Anything you could tell us would be a big help. You know there was a meeting here at noon? Yes, with the director and people from the network? Correct. Now listen closely. None of the people in this trailer that afternoon went to Studio One. It was impossible for us to leave. Impossible? The path was blocked. The path. I'm not interested. Wait, I'm gonna ask her. Okay, yeah. On the day of the murder, the path that leads here was blocked. I saw Mr. Monkey on the way here, correct? Mr. Monkey? The monkey with the broken head. Alright, that. What an original name. His head fell over in the wind on the day of the murder. It didn't start moving the head out of the way until after 3. It was after 4 by the time the path was unblocked. Everyone in this trailer was stuck here until the path was cleared. Stuck in this trailer, stuck until after 4. Hammer died at 2:30. Us, None of us could have gone to Studio One. What? It's true. A crane came just after 3 to move the head. We called some people in to clear the way. I'm sure they'd corroborate my story. But wait, what if the head fell over after 3:30? Then you could have gone to Studio One. 2:30, the time of death. Very well. Come. That's Mr. Monkey. When it isn't broken, it announces the time in oinks. One oink per hour. Oink, 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 oink. Always with the oinking. It is a monkey after all. Check its head. The clock in sight stopped when it broke. Nick, it stopped at 2:15. 2:15? That's right. This path was blocked from 2:15 till after 4. Therefore, we're innocent. Mr. Hammer died in Studio One at 2:30. See? Goodbye. Um, what do we do, Nick? There isn't anyone besides WP who could have killed Hammer. It's over. We're finished. Sure doesn't look good. Guess we should head back to the office and plan our strategy. Um, let's go to our office. October 18th, Wright and Co. offices. Now what? We're fresh out of clues. Everyone's alibi is watertight. We don't even have any promising leads. Things are looking pretty grim. It's a little early for you for giving up, don't you think? Huh? You've got one lead. Mia, it's you. What took you so long? Sorry, Phoenix. I has trouble calling me unless she's really in trouble. Right. Oh, wait. Guess that means we're really in trouble. I'd say so. What did you mean we have one lead? The boy, of course. Yeah, I saw him. I saw everything. What? But, but no way I'm telling you losers. I don't know. He didn't sound like he was going to help us at all. I'm sure you can find a way to bring him over to your side. Either way, we should go back to the studios. That boy is our last hope, Phoenix. Thanks. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Uh, so we need to get to the studio, talk to the boy. Okay, let's go back to the studio. Oh, here we go. October 18th, Global Studios main gate. Huff, puff, huff, puff, huff, puff, huff, huff, puff, huff, puff, huff, puff, huff. What's wrong? Huff, puff, huff, puff. Whippersnapper. She's been chasing that boy this whole time? Puff, puff. When I catch him, huff. Sounds like she hasn't had any luck catching him. Huff, puff. I got a hostage now, whippersnapper. A hostage. And boy, what happened to the boy? If I see him again, I'll wake him flat. Um, oh my, what a violent lady. Actually, I met with the director just now. Ha, my heart. I don't feel so good. Is she okay? Before I go, I'd like to visit the place where poor Hammer died. Right, she was saying she wanted to visit the studio where he died. About a hostage. What's this about a hostage? When that boy was running away, he dropped this and ran. His camera? He'll come back for this one. It's kind of hard to understand with all that huffing and puffing. Phoenix, that hostage might be what we need. Cody might talk to us if we give him that. Good idea, Miss Oldbag, might I? No. I'm catching that brat if it's the last thing I do. Phoenix, do you have anything you might trade with her? A trade, I wonder. Do I have anything? The trailer keys that I stole? This old bag I'm borrowing is just so you know. Okay, be sure to give it back. Oh, um, Autopsy report. She's too busy catching her breath. I don't know. So any, she didn't care about the key like I was expecting her to. Um, what do I have to trade her for? Hey, that's a card, Huff. Studio One? Right, a card key to Studio One. Huff, Huff, I could visit poor Hammer. I like to visit Huff. He died. Woo! I was his fan. If you don't have your own card in this old bag, Studio One isn't my turf. Puff, puff. You let me borrow it, then I give her a card key. I won't be able to get into Studio One. Enter the card key. Why don't you let her borrow it? Phoenix, that's what I was doing. I guess it can't hurt. Here you go, this old bag. Okay, I was just like, I thought I tried to give her the key before. I guess I didn't. I was literally trying everything. I don't like having debts to no whippersnappers. Take this and we're even. Deal? What's this? A Steel Samurai trading card? That sneaky kid dropped it. I figure it's pretty important to him, though. Thank you. I may have a use for this. This must be the hostage she was talking about. Right, I'm off. See you later. There she goes, hobbling off towards the studio. Alright, now let's go back. Talk to the kid. I swear I showed her that card before. I guess I didn't. Cody, this look familiar? Hey, my URL. You are, huh? You know, ultra rare. That card's really hard to get. Man, for a grown-up, you sure are dumb. If I'll give you this, if you help me. But that's my card. By offering me something I already own, you're in effect eschewing the very basis of our consumer society, namely the principle of fair trade. Man, for a grown-up, you sure are dumb. What do they teach these kids in school these days? Quantum physics? I mean, I learned quantum physics in school. It was college, but still school. Whatever, I don't need that card. Huh? I got a double. Just keep it. It's yours. After I went through all that trouble, if you want to trade, find me a really rare card. Really rare? You mean there's something rarer than ultra rare? Ultra rare premium cards are way rarer than plain ultra rare cards. Come on. Man, for a grown up, you sure are dumb. Premium, rare. Why do I feel like we're talking about steaks? Um, um, where am I going to find a rare card? This maybe he has it in his bag. Nope. Yeah, we're in desperate times. Where would you find an ultra rare card? Like, the only thing I can think of is maybe Powers has it. I don't know. There's something else over here. Um, maybe Powers has a card. No. Where am I going to find a card? Maybe in the trash at Studio 2. Trailer. Okay. Something came up. We're good. October 18th, Studio 2 trailer. Oh, hi. Hello. What brings you here? Oh, well, I had to arrange some stuff. Yes? The, girl with you, doesn't she seem a little different? Like, is she even the same person as before? No, she's the same as always. Same as always. Okay, whatever you say. Please tell me she has a card. Fanboy. Have you seen that boy since then? Nope. You missed it though. The security lady was chasing around after the boy so fast I thought she'd collapse. Of course he got away in the end. Boy, was she mad. Actually, we saw them. How's the old one back doing? She was squeezing donuts through her clenched fist back at the guard station. Some people take their jobs a little too seriously. Are all the posters on the wall here of Hammer? Yes, it's really a terrible loss for the studios, but his popularity had been waning recently, right? That's true. Then again, after what happened, after what happened? You mean you don't know about Hammer? No, what? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything. Yes, you should have. Wait, now you're going to have to tell me what happened with Hammer. I'm sorry. I'm probably not the one who should tell you. Why do I get the feeling something's being covered up here? Something is. More to examine. Okay, maybe I need to talk with. Um, I don't have anything to present here, do I? I doubt she would. Maybe I need to talk. Because I'm like, security guard lady, she would know what happened. So maybe she'll tell me now that she's, um, alright, I can't get on. Um, hmm. Check anything out here. Wait, is there someone in there? It looks like there's a person or like someone's foot. Like seriously, something has to be. I feel like I need to talk to that dude again before we go to trial. Let's go to the employee. I don't know. And did you know anything? Did you tell me, please? I know nothing. I did bribe him, but that wasn't enough. I remember. Um, that's the stuff. I don't need that card. I got a double. Just keep it. It sure is what after all I went through. One trade from you, really. Maybe I do need a show. What's her face? The card. That's the only thing I can think of because I did also try and show her everything as well. But this is the one thing I didn't have before. Outside Studio 2. And let's go in the trailer. I do ask her about it. Do you know anything about this? Hey, that's a Steel Samurai trading card. I collect those actually. Oh, great. On the right track at least. I'm one card away from a complete set. A complete set? Yeah, a set of one of each card. Huh. Wait. That's it. That's the card I need. You don't know how long I've been looking for it. Uh, I don't care what kind of girl you might think I am. I need that card. Please, I beg you, please trade with me. Trade with you? Yes, trade. Oh, thank you. Look, I'll even trade you an ultra rare premium card. Trade me up. Huh? Yes, it's a good deal for your ultra rare. Please? Phoenix, can't you see she's desperate? What's everyone getting excited about? Trade, you dum-dum. Okay, really? Thanks. Then this is for you. The ultra rare premium card. I thought she might have been, but then it's like popular with kids. So I'm like, oh, maybe not. Okay, so I should have gone with my gut. Then we wouldn't have been here. So let's go back to the kid. This is a lot of moving back and forth in this episode trying to get things done. So let us present this card. See this card? Yes, so wait, that's it. That's the last ultra rare premium card I need. Come on, give it to me, please. You gotta give it to me. Wow, I've never seen him so eager. Right, okay. How about a trade? You're on. I'll give you a samurai spear and throw in an evil magistrate to boot. No, 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 not that kind of trade. I don't want cards, I want information. Hans, you sure? Fine by me. Card given to Cody. Okay, Phoenix, let's hear what he has to say. If he knows something that could help us, we have to take him to the stand tomorrow. Let's talk to him. Steel Samurai. So, you like the Steel Samurai? He's so cool. I guess. You're judging him by his looks. You have to look at his actions, at his life. I mean, lectured on life by a grade school. You like him too, don't you? Oh me? Yeah, I love the Steel Samurai. So tell me what your favorite thing about the Steel Samurai is. His fighting skills. I like it when he vanquishes his foes. Yeah, Wazam. Steel Samurai always wins, always. Check this out, it's my fan album. What the? It's all pictures of the Steel Samurai. I got I go to every live performance. Those stupid publicity stunts where they beat each other up in public. I always take a picture when the Steel Samurai lands the final blow, the Sam. I got 'em all. I never missed one. A perfect collection. Check it out, my new digital camera. Wow, that's very impressive. The newest model, isn't it? You bet, lady. I just got it for my birthday. My album has the name, wanna hear it? The Steel Samurai, Path to Glory. Steel Samurai always wins, always. Hey, if you want this, you can have it, lady. Really? Are you sure? Yeah, I took these with a digital camera. I got all the data at home, so I can make another one. Well then, I'm happy to accept. Thank you. Photos of every battle. What's with people always giving stuff to Mia? Because it is great. What happened? You were here on the day of the incident, right? Yeah. Did you see anything unusual? Cody? Cody, he needs to know because he's fighting for justice. Isn't that the Steel Samurai's motto? For great justice? You have to help us fight for great justice too. Has she seen the show? I saw everything. Well, you might get some useful information out of him yet. Cody, I need to ask you something very important. What did you see on the day of the incident? I got here that day around 2. I had to come in through the woods out back so the old lady wouldn't see me. Kind of got kind of lost though. I was here for maybe a half hour or so. Then I finally got to the studio. After that, what is it, Cody? The Steel Samurai killed the bad guy. Used his samurai spear, just like always. One shot, one kill. It happened so fast. I got scared. I went home after that. I see. Must have been hard for you. Man, you say those nice things, but it's obvious you aren't speaking from the heart. Yeah? Yes? I think we can for sure. This means that the Oh, I cannot read now. I think we can say for sure this means the Steel Samurai did it. True enough. And the director has an alibi, so it wasn't him. Indeed. So the only person left who could have been is Will Powers. I have to admit, it's kind of a shock. But if you put the boy in the witness stand, your client will be guilty for sure. Let's not call him then. I think that would be wise. Let's leave this one alone. Not so fast, pal. Got the gumshoe. I heard everything. This boy here is a key witness, and he's under police protection starting now. Come on, son. You've got a rendezvous with me down at the precinct. No, I ain't going. Why? Yeah, you got figured out. That didn't go so well. We're back to zero leads. Now we have a serious handicap in court. What are we gonna do, Mia? Well, I really need to be going. Don't worry, Phoenix. I'm sure you'll be fine. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Come to the trial tomorrow, please. I need you there. Phoenix, can I ask you something? Do you really believe that Mr. Powers is innocent? I don't know. Never expected things to go this badly for Powers' case. I'm not sure we can win this one. Phoenix, if you don't believe him, who will? Uh-oh, she's mad. Oh well, I'll see you in court tomorrow then. Great, thanks, Nina. See you soon. I honestly don't know what to think. What we have to do is, I wonder if he would have taken a picture of that last battle as well. That's the only thing I can really think of. That would probably help. October 19th, 9:42 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 1. Okay, and before we start, I want to look at this. Every victory scene. Alright. Hopefully that does something. Mr. Wright? Yes? Why do you look so unhappy? Oh, nothing. Really, it's nothing. Right, Mia? Uh-oh, she looks even unhappier. Phoenix, your client is now practically a dead man walking. Perhaps that's why I feel particularly close to him. This is no time for dead people jokes, please. You know we're going into this trial utterly defenseless. Yet if Mr. Powers is truly innocent, we should be able to find something overlooked in the evidence to prove it. Something overlooked. We have to find something, Phoenix, today. It's that or lose the trial. This isn't going to be easy. It is not. October 19, 10 a.m. District Court, Courtroom number 4. Let's do this, I suppose. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Will Powers. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well. Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. An unexpected fact has come to the attention of the court. Yesterday, we learned that there were other people present at the studios. Today, I would like to show evidence proving they had nothing to do with the murder. Very well. You may call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. I wonder if it will be that producer. The prosecution calls Mr. Salmonella to the stand. Or that director. Will the witness state his name and profession? How rude can you get? You don't know me? I'm the director. I make Steel Samurai, noob, ROFL. Gosh, I can't speak. Salmonella. I'm a director, television. Were you at Global Studios on the day of the murder? Yes, Your Honor. Very well. Please testify to the court about the events of that day. Phoenix, let's start by picking this testimony apart. Powers is innocent, you know what that means. Someone in the trailer on that day did it. Right. Doesn't waste any time putting on the pressure. Yeah, because you kind of suck right now, dude. I was at the studios from around 9 that morning. During the morning, I was doing, an action scene run through. Took a lot more time than I thought it would. I hear everyone else ate lunch in the employee area. But I had a meeting in Studio 2 trailer, so I ended up skipping lunch. You were in the meeting until around 4. During the meeting, well, I'm pretty sure no one left their chairs. That's about it. The time Mr. Hammer's death was 2:30 p.m., and according to your testimony, you were in a meeting at the time. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. My thing is there was, like, food set up outside the trailer. If I pushes on this, he's probably just going to tell me during when I was doing took a lot more time than I thought it would. I would ask about that. Why did it go on for so long? I'm pretty sure you've already heard about this. WP twisted his ankle during the run through C, right past the length, which of course led me to mentioning my lunch. RFS? Rolling on the floor, sobbing, maybe? No, I think sobbing. I hear that everyone else ate lunch in the employee area. What exactly did they have for lunch? T-bone steak. The assistant cooked up some. Come to think of it, there was a plate with some bones on it. Everyone else, meaning that the witness did not eat with them. They had a meeting. And just, so in the end, you just, what? Yes. Yeah, it does seem odd now that you mention it. Mr. Manila. What do you want? When I went to Studio 2, I saw something on the table there. There were 2 plates, the same kind of plates as the ones in the employee area. Who ate lunch there? Er, um, uh, uh, good call. I was embarrassed, so I didn't mention it. But I did eat, after all. A T-bone steak, you mean? Yeah, well, I mean the assistant went through all that trouble. I brought it to the trailer, thinking I could eat it later. Clearly a man who likes to eat, I suspect as much. So when exactly did you eat it? I took one break during that meeting. I wolfed it down then. Mental image I will carry to me to my grave. Wait a second. If they took a break in that meeting, that contradicts his testimony. I'll press on that a bit more. We were in the meeting until around 4. During the meeting, well, I'm pretty sure no one left their chairs, except someone did. You didn't take a single break. Well, yeah, not a one. What's he sweating about, I wonder? If only I had an idea. Wait a second. Maybe I do have an idea. Press harder. Wait a second. Mr. Manel, you just contradicted yourself. Didn't you tell the court that you ate that T-bone steak during a break? Oops. ROFL. Well, Mr. Manella, what's this all about? Well, yeah, I guess we did take a little break. Phoenix, great job. If they took a break, one of them could have got to the studio during that time. Your Honor, I call on the witness to testify to the court about this break. Very well. Mr. Manella, your testimony, please. Er, hey. Oh no. Edward is laughing. What is going on? Yeah, FWIW. We took a break. ROFL. What is FWIF? But it was only 15 minutes. 15. It's only that's only 13 and base 12. Not enough time for someone to say commit murder in Studio 1, lol. It's only just enough time to eat a T-bone steak, if you ask me. Which means you weren't paying attention. Don't think it would even be enough time for that, but that's just me. Very well, begin the cross-examination. What does that mean? What time exactly did you take this break? I say it was from around 2:30 or so until 2:45. 2:30. That's the time of death. So we could have gone to Studio One, killed Hammer, and come back. Guess it's possible time-wise. I don't understand what that means. What were you doing for those 15 minutes? Eating my T-bone steak. What else? There were 2 plates on that table. Oh, right. The other one was Diva's. Sorry, D. Vasquez plate. Producer. To eat a T-bone steak in 15 minutes, that's quite a feat. Not enough time for someone to say commit murder. What? He's weird. Why is that? No, haven't we heard enough at this pointless line of questioning? Your Honor, this testimony has made one fact painfully clear. People in the trailer had nothing to do. It was impossible for any of them to go. What? Something wrong, Mr. Wright? Surely you aren't suggesting one of the people in the trailer went to Studio One. Well, Mr. Wright, Phoenix, this is critical. Think about it before you give your answer. Do you claim someone from the trailer? Um, I don't know. Oh crap. Um, it's possible. I'm, I'm reluctantly doing that. I agree to let everyone in that trailer off the hook when the trial is over. Mr. Powers will be found guilty for sure. The victim was murdered at 2:30, the exact time of the break in the meeting. The 15 minutes. Murder is certainly a possibility. I suppose you might say that. Alright, I got the judge thinking now. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Never a dull moment with you, Mr. Wright. What's your point, Edgeworth? You've been doing your homework, haven't you? Look at the court record. Court record? Surely you knew that from 2:15 to 4 the path between the studios was blocked. Miss Monkey's head had fallen across the floor. Whoa, you're right. I remember that. True, the break in the trailer meeting came right at the time of death, however, forgot about that. The fallen Mrs. Monkey had barred the way. Actually, Mr. Monkey, but my thing is you could still go through the woods. Why did you have to take that path? No counter argument, Mr. Wright, and I'm afraid you lose this round. You don't have to take the path. I believe we have seen enough evidence. I'd like to relieve Mr. Manella from the stand. What? It's over? Very well. The court's opinion on this case is as follows. We have found that there were several other people in Studio 2 on the day of the murder. However, it is all clear that none of these people could have gone to Studio 1. They therefore have no relation to this case. Furthermore, with regards to the photo of the Steel Samurai, given the size of the costume, no one other than Mr. Powers could have worn it that day. All that is lacking is decisive evidence that he's the one who did it. That, I'm afraid, we would have to find Mr. Powers guilty. Your Honor, the prosecution is pleased to announce that we indeed have a decisive evidence, a witness. I was hoping he didn't know about the monkey head, but I guess it's Edgeworth. Who is this witness, Mr. Edgeworth? My witness saw the very moment when Steel Samurai skewered the victim. Order. I will have order. I see. The court will take a 10-minute recess, after which we will hear your witness. Court is adjourned for the recess. Oh my gosh. I should probably at this point assume that most of what I know, Edgeworth also knows. And there's no way. Okay, October 19th, 11:04 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. What do we do now, Mia? If everyone in that trailer has an alibi, I'm sorry, Phoenix. I guess I was wrong. Mia, don't tell me you're giving up. If you give up, what hope do I have? Don't get me wrong. I've never given up on a trial before, not while there was a chance. Only one thing became clear in your cross-examination. People in the trailer could not have gone to Studio One. But there was more to it than that. But I was wrong. That's all there is. What's going to happen to me? Kinda seems like everyone in that courtroom thinks I did it. They think I'm a murderer. Don't worry, Mr. Powers. If you are innocent, we will prove it. I guarantee it. Leave it to us, and be yourself. Be strong. You are the Steel Samurai, hero of the children everywhere, after all. You, thanks. Okay, Phoenix. This one's for the kids. Let's do it. Oh, I'm not too sure. October 19th, 11:15 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. Right, the kid's about to come up. Court is back in session for the trial of Mr. Will Powers. The prosecution has a concern, as our witness is a grade schooler of tender years and this is a murder case. We worry that the defense might cause unnecessary trauma with his cruel questioning. Nice to see Edward taking the moral high ground. However, we have no choice. The prosecution calls Cody Hackins to the stand. You can only see a portion of his face. Your Honor, perhaps you could arrange a box for him to stand on? Oh, right. Guard, please bring him a box. One of those donut crates should do. Really, donuts again? Will the witness state his name and grade in school? Witness? What? Just because you're all grown up doesn't mean you can push me around. Cody, answer his question, okay? Hey, it's you, the nice lady. I'm Cody Hackins. I'm in 2nd grade. I get the feeling this is going to be a long, long day. Mr. Edward, please remember that you're speaking to a child. Try to be gentle. Witness, Cody, is having trouble with this gentle thing. You were present, you were at Global Studios on the day of the, incident. You got a problem with that? Please tell us what you saw that day. What, Pops? You want me to tell you and Gramps with the beard over there? Just, Mr. Edward would be fine. I prefer bearded gentlemen. A very long day. Incidentally, photographic equipment is strictly forbidden in this courtroom. What? My apologies, Your Honor. He said he couldn't testify if he couldn't bring it. I'd like special permission if that's possible. Wait, so you're saying you had to bargain terms with the kid and you lost? Hey, I just got this new camera. Don't really know how to use it all that good yet. But I bring it with me wherever I go. Phoenix, wonder if you have the camera on the day of the murder. We saw it. Better to make a note of it in the court record. Always carries it. Very well, Cody. Please testify to the court about what you saw the day of the incident. I wanted to see Steel Samurai rehearsal, just once. Found a map on the internet and went to the studios that day. I went through the woods, off the path, so that old lady wouldn't catch me. I was going for the studio. I got kind of lost on the way, though, for about 30 minutes. When I came out by the studio, there was Steel Samurai. It totally rocked. Right before my eyes, out came the bad guy. Of course, the Steel Samurai took him down. Pow! If I had my camera with me, that would have been the time for a shot, I tell you. Anyway, I couldn't get into the studio, so I went home. You, I know you had your camera on you. But be gentle, remember you're talking to a child. Let's see. Wanted to see Sam just once. I went found was that day the first time you've been to the studio? Actually I've been a couple of times. Never managed to get there on a rehearsal day. And that security lady's always yelling. Right. Please continue. Chill, Pops. I'm getting to it. How am I supposed to talk with you cutting me off all the time? Jeez. I like this kitten. When I went through the woods so the old lady wouldn't catch me. Going through the studio. Got kind of lost on the way for about 30 minutes. When was this? You got lost in the woods? Yeah, I couldn't figure out which way I was walking. Man, I was relieved when I saw the blue studio doors. But guess what happened next? I came out by the studio. There was still samurai, totally rocked. Before my eyes came the bad guy. Of course, still samurai took him down. Pow. I had my camera. We had it. Cody, what did you just said seems, well, a little strange. Didn't you say before that you always bring your digital camera wherever you go? You're quite clear about that. Huh? Cody, you shouldn't lie here. You understand that, right? Mr. Wright, a word with you? Uh-oh, it's putting the pressure on too much. What is what is this digital camera contraption you're talking about? It's a digital camera, Your Honor. It's kind of a new sort of camera. How do I explain that? I see. Anyway, Cody, I can't believe you wouldn't bring your camera on a trip to the studios. You did bring it, didn't you? Um, Mr. Wright, how cruel are you to terrorize a poor child so? I don't care if he's a child or a prosecuting attorney. No one should lie in court. What do you mean, or a prosecuting attorney? Well, Cody? What? Yeah, so I had my camera. So what? Got a problem with that? Oh my gosh, he does have a little box. That's cool. So you did have a camera. Did you use this camera? Why would I use it? I was too busy watching. Hmm. Very well. Please testify to court about what you were busy watching. But I have the scrapbook that says he always tries to take a picture of the final blow. Yeah, I had my camera with me, but I was glued to the action. I couldn't take my eyes off of it. Steel Samurai goes for the bad guy, wham! Then the bad guy stopped moving. He's so strong, the Steel Samurai rules. Hmm. Ah, is that all? Well, that was brief. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. Um, yeah, I had my camera with me, but I was glued to the action. So you were watching the Steel Samurai? Did you watch the whole fight? Yeah, of course. You didn't turn away, not even once? No. It's okay, then tell us exactly what happened. Yeah, I'm getting to that. Samurai goes with the bad guy, wham! Then the bad guy stopped moving. So strong. Can I press my mouse? Why? Huh? What do you mean, why? Why wasn't the bad guy moving? Well, because the Steel Samurai brought him to justice. And how exactly did he do that? How did he do it? With a samurai kick and a samurai punch and samurai chop, samurai slap, something like that. He's still being vague about this. What? Don't give me that look, Pops. How should I play this? I want to press him harder. Cody? What? Something's bothering me. Before you said that you couldn't take your eyes off the action. Yeah, so what? Yet you missed the most important parts. What is the meaning of this? The witness has stated what he saw quite clearly. You know as well as I do that he's being vague. Tell me what kind of murderer uses a samurai slap. Mm. My point is this. Cody, you may have seen some of the Steel Samurai's fight, but you missed the most important part, the killing blow. Order. Mr. Wright, how could this be? Can you explain how we might have missed something so vital? Well, that's the thing. Phoenix? I believe you're on the right track with this. Think, why didn't Cody see the climax of the fight? I know you. You can figure this out. Wind. Mr. Wright, your answer? We have ascertained that the young boy is a great fan of the Steel Samurai. Why wouldn't he watch the climax of the fight? Couldn't watch it. Because he couldn't watch it. The wind. No, that's just a moment, please. One thing has become quite clear. He did more. What? I don't know. What evidence? Your Honor, I have evidence. Evidence? Yes, Your Honor. Why did Cody look away from the fight? Couldn't figure out his camera working. Here's my proof. What's that? The camera? The witness stated that he recently received this camera. Yes, I'm aware of that. He wasn't entirely familiar with its operation. I'm aware of that too. Ah, correct. Why would Cody be looking somewhere else at a critical moment? Because he was looking at his camera. He was trying to take a picture. Hey, Bullseye. What's your problem, Pops? You got a thing for picking on little kids? Pressing, not picking. Good job, Phoenix. Cody was lying, clearly. Smart of you to realize there was no way he could just stand there watching his hero not take a picture. Right. Cody, there is only one reason why you would have looked away from the fight. And that was because you wanted to take a picture. But having just received your camera, you weren't used to using it yet. So you missed the climax of the fight, correct? Yeah. Well, Phoenix, I'll bet you anything he's hiding more than that. Have him testify again. Right. Via means business. Your Honor, the defense would like to request Cody Hackins testify once more. Very well. Cody, would you please tell us about your camera and about why you didn't take a picture of the fight? Welcome to the real world, kid. Is he crying now? Yeah, you're right, Pops. The Steel Samurai had just escaped from the clutches of the victim. So I held my camera to take a picture, but the lens wouldn't open in time, so I missed it. That's all that happened. Yep. Hmm. Anything strange in that testimony, Mr. Wright? I'm not sure, but I'd like to proceed with the cross-examination anyway. Let's see. Yeah, you're right. The Steel Samurai had just escaped from the clutches of the villain. What do you mean by that? So you did see the beginning of the fight. Yeah. Did you notice anything unusual? I guess Steel Samurai was moving a little strange. Moving strange. So I held up my camera to take a picture, but the lens wouldn't turn on in time, so I missed it. That's all that happened. Are you sure that's all that happened? That all? Yeah, I told you I didn't take a picture. I would have once I got the lens open. Did he really not take a picture? Not even once? Pressing hard. No, he definitely would have taken a picture. There's gotta be something here I can use. Cody? Listen up, Cody Hackins. I know exactly what happened that day. You took a picture. Hey, how did you know? I see through all your lies, Cody Hackins. It's one of my powers. Wow, this feels great. Yeah, I took a picture. Perhaps you can change your testimony to reflect this, Cody? I took a few shots, but it was too late, so I erased them. What were they? You erased them? Yeah. Why would you erase a picture of your beloved steel samurai victorious? Well, why would I want to keep a picture like that? Becoming less cooperative. I better find a clear contradiction soon. Okay. No, I can't take back. Yeah. Has to be something. Dig up the dirt, Phoenix. Yeah, you're right. Pops, Steel Samurai just clutches the victim. So I held my camera to take a picture. The lens would open in time, so I missed it. I took a few shots, but it was too late, so I erased them. You would not erase it. Cody? What? Man, every time you say Cody, you follow it with something bad. I just wanted to thank you for giving me this the other day. Huh? Oh, right. What was it you told me then? I go to every live performance. I always take a picture when the Steel Samurai lands the final blow. Zam. I got 'em all. I never missed one. A perfect collection. Cody, did you really get a picture of the Steel Samurai standing victorious over his foe? If you did, I find it hard to believe that you would just erase it. Wouldn't you keep it for your album? Uh, Mr. Wright, what exactly is this album? It's called Path to Glory. It's a collection of pictures of the Steel Samurai, all taken by Cody Hackins. He claims it's a perfect collection of every battle the Steel Samurai has won. I see. Don't you find this very odd, Your Honor? Among all his pictures of the Steel Samurai, none were taken that day. Order. Mr. Wright, have you an explanation? The Steel Samurai had just defeated his adversary. I certainly would expect to see a picture of the album in this. Exactly my point, Your Honor. No, wait, no way. Phoenix, I think we finally discovered the truth. And what a truth it is. Mia, are we sure about this? Did he actually? Yes. Pretty sure what you're thinking is right. Tell them, Phoenix. Tell them what the truth is. Mr. Wright, please explain to the court what is going on here. Why was there no picture on the album from the day of the murder? Why would the boy have erased the pictures he took? The Steel Samurai didn't win. I can only think of one reason, Your Honor. The Steel Samurai didn't win. That's why Cody deleted those photos. You mean the Steel Samurai lost? Well, Cody, I'm right, aren't I? Tell the truth. The bad guy defeated the Steel Samurai. No way. No, it's impossible. The Steel Samurai never loses. He never loses to anyone, ever. Your Honor, the witness has revealed everything in his words. There is a reason why he lied and told us he didn't take a picture. Same reason he erased his precious photos. For Cody, it was inconceivable that the Steel Samurai could be defeated. However, Cody witnessed the impossible, saw the Steel Samurai lose. Yet to admit that he saw would destroy everything he believed in. That's why he lied and said the Steel Samurai won. He couldn't handle the truth. Are we really doing that? Order, order. I will have order. Witness, Cody, is this true? What did you see? Tell the court what you saw. Oh gosh, he's broken down crying right now. Did he? Oh my gosh, the action movie Jesus, come on, Cody. That day you saw the Steel Samurai lose a fight, right? Okay. You're right. The Steel Samurai fell down. Then he didn't move. Wow. Wait, what? Order. What kind of stunt are you trying to pull, right? The Steel Samurai was the murderer, not the victim. Yet according to your witness's testimony, the Steel Samurai was the one who fell. Mr. Wright, what's going on? Apparently we have made a serious error. An error? What's all this about? Steel Samurai was the victim. Which means what happened? I understand what really happened. It's quite simple. At the end of the fight, the steel samurai fell to the ground and lay still. In other words, the steel samurai was not the killer, he was the victim. Don't you see? Jack Hammer was the steel samurai. Order, 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 said the steel samurai in this photograph. You're saying the man in this costume was the victim, Mr. Jack Hammer? That's what I'm saying, Your Honor. Jack Hammer was present at the action scene run through that morning. Thus, you obviously knew about Will Power's foot injury. But wait, hadn't Mr. Hammer gone to Studio One already? That's what everyone thought. But remember what Miss Oldback said in her testimony? On the day of the murder, I arrived at the guard station at 1 p.m. Did I see the poor old Hammer? Nope. He'd already gone to the studio before I got back to the guard station. Mr. Jack Hammer left the employee area after lunch, however no one saw him going to Studio One, nor was there a picture of him. He waited for Mr. Powers to take a snack in the dressing room, then he snuck into the dressing room and stole the steel samurai costume. But why would the victim do such a thing? I don't know. I get it. I thought that the steel samurai was moving strange, so it was a different person inside the suit. Pops. Huh? Meaning what? Actually, there was one piece of data I saved. Data? Yeah, a photo on my digital camera. What? Show us, quick. No way, man. Not if you're gonna look at me like that. Now. Sniffle. Here, this is it. Wait, wait, he was at the wrong studio. Well, looking at this is still quite hard to say. That's a 2, not a 1. I'm afraid that it could be anyone in that costume. Your opinion, Mr. Wright? I agree, Your Honor. This isn't decisive evidence. I'm sorry, this doesn't look like it's the proof we need. I'll give it back. Wait, Phoenix. Yeah, what? Look at that photo once more. The 2. That's it, Phoenix. The photo is all the evidence you need to win this trial. What? Your Honor, may I see that photo once more, please? Certainly. I don't see why not. Phoenix, show him. There's a glaring, decisive inconsistency with the facts as we know them in that photo. The 2. That's a 2, not a 1. Your Honor, look at this. I see a gate. Might I draw your attention to the number on that gate? The number? Yes, well, it's hard to see, but it looks like a 2. Clearly not a 1, Your Honor, correct? I believe Mr. Edwards sees what I'm getting at. But that's impossible. What's all this about? Please explain so I might be shocked along with the rest of the court. I'll use the studio guide map, because people are walking through the woods. The body was found here in Studio 1. However, what we see in this photo taken at the time of the murder, it does not say 1 on that gate in the photo, Your Honor. Here's the true scene of the crime. Show the judge where the murder really took place. Studio 2. Here, at Studio 2. I see. That would explain the 2 on the gate in the photo. Your Honor, I find it very significant that the murder took place in Studio 2. The trailer is there. As you may recall, there is a trailer in Studio 2. Now, on that day, a meeting was held in that very trailer. There was a break in that meeting corresponding to the time of death. During that break, Mr. Salmonella and Miss D. Vasquez were outside eating steak. They were at the scene of the crime. The path to the trailer was blocked, so we have heard. The path was blocked at 2:15. In other words, the victim went to Studio 2 before that time. Yes, I suppose that would be the case. Remember Mr. Salmonella's testimony? Allow me to remind the court. He said no one was in the trailer was guilty because they could not have gone to Studio One. Yet, and actually the reverse was true. Only someone in the trailer could have committed this murder. They were the only ones with access to the scene of the crime, Studio 2. Order, order. The defense makes the following claims. The scene of the crime was Studio 2. The person that the security guard Miss Oldbag saw was the victim, Mr. Jack Hammer. Mr. Hammer, for some reason, stole a steel samurai costume. Then he went to Studio 2. This is madness. Jack Hammer is the victim. The victim. Why would he steal a samurai costume? Are you suggesting he did this to cover up the details of his own murder? No, he wanted to be the hero again. Do you have proof? Give me proof that victim Jack Hammer stole the... Wouldn't it be the sleeping pills? I have proof. You do? You do, Mr. Wright? Now that they're so surprised suddenly, I have much less confidence. I think I'm right, though. Here's my proof that Jack Hammer stole the costume. These sleeping pills. This is it. An empty medicine bottle? I found this on a table in the employee area. The same table where Mr. Hammer and Mr. Powers ate. The label reads sleeping pills. Sleeping pills? The defendant, Mr. Powers, spent the entire afternoon sleeping. He was drugged by Mr. Hammer. Wait a moment. That bottle does raise some suspicions, yes. But there's no proof that Mr. Hammer used it. Your Honor, I have an idea. Fingerprint the bottle. An idea? Very well, let's hear it. I want to check this bottle for fingerprints. If my claim is true, Mr. Hammer's fingerprints should show up on this bottle. Hmm? I suppose you're right. Very well, the court will take possession of the bottle. The bottle given to the judge. This court will suspend proceedings on the current trial for today. Cody Hawkins' testimony has revealed new possibilities in this case. In fact, things may have happened very differently than we previously thought. The steel samurai seen by Miss Oldbag may have been the victim, Jack Hammer. The scene of the crime was not Studio 1, but Studio 2. And those in the trailer did have time to commit murder. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? Your homework is to find the answer to the following question. Why would Mr. Hammer steal the steel samurai costume? Also, who killed him and why? Find the answers for me by tomorrow. That's a lot of homework. Mr. Edgeworth, you will need to reconsider your stance in this case. Above all, you will need to consider your suspicion of Mr. Will Powers, as you say, Your Honor. This trial will be extended until tomorrow. This is the last extension. Very well, court is adjourned. October 19th, 2:47 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. Ooh, that was a close one. You were saved by a hair, but that's all that counts. I thought seriously about going home about 3 times during the trial. Me too. Really? You both seem so confident. Maybe I should take up a career in acting. I was ready to pronounce you dead about 3 times back there. Me too. Dead? Oh, of course you're kidding. Are you sure? I wasn't kidding. Now, Mr. Powers, we have to go make our final investigation, but I promise you we'll find a true killer by tomorrow's trial. Right, thanks. So do they just have to, find another person before anything can happen? That's kind of what it sounds like. Oh gosh. Let's overwrite this data and go back to investigating. October 19th, 3:27 p.m. Right in law offices. That was a close one, huh, Mia? Really? Too bad. I'm sorry I missed it. Maya? So, what happened? Well, I think we've got a pretty good idea who did it. Now all I need is motive and proof. Wow, good going, Nick. Under the initial trial system. Tomorrow's the last day we have. Initial trial. What's that? That's the new course system they introduced 2 or 3 years ago. Yeah, so many cases in the system, they decided to speed the whole process up. Oh, so under that system, trials have to end in 3 days? Yeah, pretty much. Well, we've got no time to waste. I don't get it, Maya. Why would Mr. Hammer steal the Steel Samurai costume? What? You mean Mr. Hammer was wearing that costume? Yeah. But Mr. Hammer was the victim, Nick. Why would he go through the trouble of stealing it? That's what we have to find out. What happened with the director's testimony? Well, it's pretty clear that the producer and the director were both in the trailer. Huh? Which means that the killer has to be one of them. Really? Why? It's the real scene of the crime of Studio 2, where the trailer is. What? Was Maya always this excitable? Um, time to go to the studio, though. She's back. October 19th, Global Studios, main gate. The old Wimbeck sure is quiet today. You know, this place is really peaceful like this. Nick, I think our guard's down. Yeah, I bet we could even eat those donuts in the guard station if you wanted. You eat, you die. Ooh, she's alive. Producer Vasquez. I was wondering about Dee Vasquez, the producer. Oh, the studio bigwigs love her. She always gets her way. She's bitter. Do you not like the producer? Look, the studio people don't want me talking about her, sorry. Can I ask you about Salmonella, the director? Sal, he's soft, a pushover. Does whatever Vasquez tells him to. She treats him like dirt, but I think he likes it. Huh? Why would anyone like being treated like dirt? It doesn't make any sense, does it, Nick? No, it doesn't, Maya. I think it makes sense. I'm not going to tell them, though. About Mr. Hammer. Ugh, I heard about what you said today. Cheeky whippersnapper. Poor old Hammer. Dragged his star down from the sky and stomped on it, calling him a criminal. Thief? I won't forget this. Uh-oh, she's really pissed this time. You listen to me, whippersnapper. My poor old Hammer would never do such a thing. Why would he steal a powerless costume so he could sneak by me? He would never stoop so low. It's impossible. You're obviously. I'm just gonna move on. She's not up for this. October 19th, Studio 1 entrance. Think back, Nick, to the day of the murder. Mr. Hammer put the steel samurai costume. Then he left from here to get to Studio 2. Right. But why? I wonder if someone called him. Like the director or the producer. I don't know. I don't think much is going to happen out here. Outside Studio 2. October 19th. Studio 2 entrance. Hey Nick, it's Miss Vasquez. Hello? Hello? Hello. Maya, you should at least try to be polite. I am watching the clouds. That's all she had to say, apparently. Excuse me, Mr. Hammer came here on the day of the murder and... Shh. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I'm watching the clouds. I'm not interested in talking to you. Do something, Nick. She's really ticking me off. Oh, Mr. Powers wasn't the killer. You don't have to cancel the Steel Samurai. I think I'm tired of the Steel Samurai. You did it. Nick, she did it. She's the killer. My fave blood speaks to me. I know it. I was wondering if you could tell me about Mr. Manila. If you must talk about that man, perhaps you could talk about it in the trailer by yourselves. Um, Yep. Anything new about this? So no. Okay, so they ate T-bone steaks too. Something wrong? I don't know. I'm getting this funny feeling. Something about this just feels odd, you know? Can't say that I do. Well, my thing was, there was bones left on the last one, but there aren't bones here. Flowers. Don't get too close. I'm going to move inside. October 19th, Studio 2 training. Wasn't the assistant cleaning up yesterday? Funny, still seems pretty messy in here. Guess she was still on a high from getting that rare car she needed. Um, the change, it looks like they were dining set. Let's look at the trash. I remember nothing in here that could be a clue, just some paper cups and crumpled documents. Um, the only thing I can think of was that he wanted to show that he was a better steel samurai, and they wanted to unmask the steel samurai. I don't know. The movie poster, The Singing Samurai, starring Jack Hammer. Why the heck do samurais sing about chopping off heads? Oh my god. That movie was the best. It's about a samurai who sings his way to fame and fortune. Mr. Hammer was a very accomplished singer, you know. Singing samurai. I think these might be the exact same. Here's romance. Little movie poster. Yeah, speed lights. Can't see outside. Hmm. What about outside? I can send her anything. I don't know. Maybe I can find the director somewhere around here. And talk. Um, let's go to October 19th, Global Studios employee area. Guess they're not filming today either. I didn't want to see them filming. Just one time. Trial will be over and done by tomorrow. We can come soon and film later. I guess. This was where you found that bottle of sleeping pills, right? Uh-huh. Wonder if there's any other clues lying around. Yeah, yarg. No, no, no. No touching. Eek. Oh, sorry, pal. Didn't mean to frighten you. Didn't mean. I almost had a heart attack. I guess I can be a little dramatic at times. I suppose it's the actor in me. Dramatic indeed. Anyway, here to examine the plate on that table. Wait, are you looking for sleeping pills? Yeah, pal. Traces thereof. And the plate. So you're looking for traces of the sleeping pills. How? For a thorough examination, I gotta take the plate back to the precinct. But I have capabilities of making a cursory examination right here. My science guide gave me some testing solution. This reacts to the sleeping pill, see? There's traces, it'll change colors. Wow, neat. Well, Detective Gumshoe, what are you waiting for? Now, everything in due time, pal. Well, the testing solution on the plate changed colors, alright. So the food on this plate had been laced with sleeping pills. Looks like it. State plate, traces of yeah, like, it's the same plate, so shouldn't the other plates also have bones on them? How was your investigation? To tell the truth, it's a real mess, pal. Some people think we should pursue the case we already have against Powers. Some people think we should switch suspects. What do you think, Detective Gumshoe? Well, pal, I hate to admit it, but I'm not sure I buy the case against Mr. Powers anymore. I feel kind of bad for Mr. Edgeworth, though. How is Edgeworth doing anyway? Mr. Edgeworth is out of control. He was in the waiting room and he crushed his paper cup with hot coffee in it. Whoa, talk about burns, pal. Wow, the fury of Edgeworth. Yeah, crushing paper cups. Cups, bottles. Say, whatever happened to that empty bottle? Oh, the bottle of sleeping pills? Well, I got some good news for you about that. They found the victim, Jack Hammer's prints on the bottle. So that means, yep, it sounds like the one who put Powers to sleep was none other than the victim. So I was right. Sleeping pills. Added back. I'm going to examine, see if there's anything going on. They seem to listen at us. You know, they fixed it. I'll just kick it off again. That poor assistant. But now the assistant is looking guilty. Half finished backdrop. Get out, there's remains of the plates. I just found everyone's probably too shocked to clean up. There's a T-bone on one of the plates minus the steak. Yeah, like, did he actually eat the bone? That's the only thing that's making sense to me, is that Jude would have eaten the bone. The dressing room. Empty dressing rooms like this are kind of lonely, aren't they? I'm sure Mr. Powers will be back soon. We'll be fine. Yeah. Can we look in this back in? Mr. Powers died. I hope WP can come pick it up himself soon. My thing is, was that Jack? Well, thanks to you, was that Jack's thing? I don't know. Oops. Let's move back outside. Um, like, my thing is, can we talk about the lack of bone on the plate? Now that I've seen that there was bones over there, right? And then, can we talk about the lack of bone? Yeah. I'm not sure what to do. These are all saying the same thing. Let me try and go somewhere else I haven't been yet. Might be detention center. Our dude. October 19th, detention center. Bitters room. Mr. Wright, you did very well again today. Thank you. Oh, thanks. Could you not look like you're about to burst into tears? Wow, Nick, you must have really loved them. Could you wipe that grin off your face? Wow, WP, only one day left. Let's make it count. Yes, though there's not really anything I can do to help. Ha ha ha. Not really sure what I can do either. Please, this is no laughing matter. Let's talk. Mr. Vasquez, could you tell me more about Miss Vasquez? Oh, the producer? She's well respected in the industry. They say she's a genius. A genius? She's been at Global Studios for 5 years now. Right or wrong, no one dares tells her different these days. Why is that? Ever since she came on board, we've had nothing but hits. Global Studios was on its knees, but she had picked it up and made it shine. Oh, and what? Nothing, forget it. I've only heard rumors anyhow. Director, could you tell me anything about Mr. Mandela? He used to be a minor straight-to-video director, but something in his work caught Vasquez's eye. She brought the Steel Samurai idea to him. Everyone knows the name Salmonella. He's pretty much been at her beck and call though. Whenever she says jump, he asks how high and all that. I can imagine him being at her beck and call. Though I can't imagine him jumping, but it was so neat. I was wondering about Mr. Hammer. He was a big star back in the day, right? But then he just dropped off the face of the earth. Oh, yes, you're right. In fact, he was my role model when I started this business. But he just stopped taking on big roles. That's when he began appearing in little productions like Global. How could he do that? I was really looking forward to a sequel to Samurai Summer. He just gave up being a star 5 years ago. Actually, now that I think about it, that was right when Miss Vasquez came to Global. 5 years ago. So I'm going to go back to the studio and talk to our friend Mrs. Vasquez. I think that would be the best way. Mr. Hammer, she's still watching the clouds. Um, and I'm just gonna present her this plate because I'm just wondering. She's not even looking. Okay. What? Why are you showing us, Nick? I wasn't showing. She's not going to respond to anyone. Hmm. I thought no. She doesn't have anything more to say. Free area. Oh, here she is. Oh, hello. What are you doing here? Oh, I was just cleaning up the dressing room. Why? I guess WP won't be using it anymore, so. What? Why? But WP is innocent. Yes, and I'm really grateful for all you've done. But this week is the last episode of the Steel Samurai. What? No. Mr. Hammer. I was wondering if we could ask you about Mr. Hammer. Yes? On the day of the murder, he went to Studio 2. Huh? I thought he went to Studio 1. Still a Steel Samurai costume, too. What? Why would Mr. Hammer do something like that? Oh, I guess the rumor must be true then. The rumor? Yeah, Miss Vasquez, that producer, has some kind of hold on Hammer. She got some dirt on him. He'd do anything she said, apparently. Some dirt? What dirt? Dirt. Bad stuff. I know what dirt means. About 5 years ago, they were filming a movie starring Mr. Hammer. They were using the new studio, Studio 2. Some sort of accident happened during filming. After that, they never used Studio 2 again. They left the film set the way it was, too. Was that trailer part of the film set then? Yes, 5 years ago. An accident 5 years ago? Yes, in Studio 2. That trailer there was part of the film set. Could you tell us what happened? Sorry. I don't think I can. They really don't want us to talk about it. But what do you mean the last Steel Samurai? I know it's a shock, but nothing can be done to save it now. Whoever really did kill Mr. Hammer also signed the Steel Samurai's death warrant. No. No. Also, I hear that Global Studios is going to change its programming. They're not going to make kid shows anymore. What? Why? I don't know. That's sad, but that's what Global Studios decided. Why aren't they going to make kid shows anymore? Studio bigwigs don't want Steel Samurai around anymore. They want to forget all this ever happened. They want it quiet. You understand? But how can they just do that? What about all the kids who love the Steel Samurai? That's okay. I'm sure the kids will be fine. They'll find a new hero to follow. No, that can't be true. The program just ends, they'll be heartbroken for sure. Nick, say something. Yeah. I think evidence rather than words is called for here. Here, take a look at this. That. And this is a fan collected all of these photographs. The kit was the Steel Samurai. The show wouldn't be canceled just so some adults can save face. I would think you would better understand that than anyone. You're right. Okay, but what can I do? Well, for starters, you can tell me something. Tell me what it is that Global Studios is so intent on hiding. Tell me about this accident 5 years ago. Okay, that was easy. Could you tell us what happened 5 years ago? Well, I can tell you what I've heard. Apparently, 5 years ago, someone died, and it was Hammer's fault. Someone died? It was an accident, of course. Anyway, the producer, Miss Vasquez, managed to hush it up, and that's the dirt she had on Mr. Hammer. And that's why Mr. Hammer won't do anything Miss Vasquez asked him to do? But it was an accident, right? Why didn't they just make it public? Well, you know Mr. Hammer was a big star back then. They were afraid about what would happen to his career if word got out. I see. You know who knows more about this? Miss Oldbeck. She was here at the studios back then, you know? Thanks, we'll try asking her. She'll talk. Well, it's her dude, so hopefully she'll talk. And I also imagine that Gumshoe is still in the corner. What, you're still slinking around? You like the place here so much, why don't you take over from me? The old windbag doesn't look so good. Everybody's doing their darndest to forget Hammer. Who do they think made Global Studios what it is today? Hammer. It's all due to Hammer. She's starting to pop up enough, Nick. Maybe we should keep a safe distance. 5 years ago. I wanted to ask you about 5 years ago. Who told you? Who did you hear that from? Huh? Nichols. Nichols? Nichols, Nick. Penny Nichols, that assistant we talked to. Oh, right. Anyway, we heard about the Penny Nichols. Oh my gosh. Really? Okay, we gotta move on. Anyway, we heard about the accident. It was during filming of Jack Hammer. He killed a man, didn't he? Whippersnappers, dredging up dirt on someone's past like that. The recently departed, no less. I suppose you think this is fun. No, I'm just doing my job to protect Mr. Powers. When you claim that Hammer stole Powers' costume, you expect me to believe that rubbish? Or do you have some kind of proof? Proof that Hammer stole Powers' costume? I have proof. Fine, this old bag, but I do want proof. I can prove that Mr. Hammer stole Mr. Powers' costume. Here's my proof. What? What's a little empty bottle supposed to prove? It's a bottle of sleeping pills with Mr. Hammer's fingerprints on it. What does that prove? I'm sure old Hammer had some sleepless nights. Where's your proof that he used those pills on Powers? Mr. Powers ate T-bone steak for lunch, correct? Well, yes. So, this is the plate that he used to eat that steak. There's traces of sleeping powder pills on the plate. I see. Poor, poor Hammer. You did wrong, Hammer. Rest your soul. Miss Oldberg? Okay, you win. I'll talk. I'm tired, see? Tired of holding it all in. Miss Oldberg. You're right. 5 years ago, there was an accident. A fatal accident. What's worse, a paparazzi took a photo of it. That photo? Well, it caused quite a stir. And guess who made it all better? Vasquez. She has ties to the mafia. She silenced the paparazzi. That was the beginning. After that, she became a force to be reckoned with here at the studio. I see. But you have to understand, poor old Hammer never meant any harm to anyone. Miss Oldbag. Hold on a minute. What is Miss Oldbag? Here, take this. Photograph. Ooh, just like I thought. Wait a second. This is the picture. This is the trailer on Studio 2. Hammer was supposed to fight with the bad guy on top of those stairs there. He pushed the other actor and the man fell onto the flower box fence. But how did you get this? It was a long time ago. I don't feel much like talking about it. I understand. 5 years ago. I wrote about it. Can somehow get this lady to talk to me now? And I don't think she's going to pay attention to me, but we'll see. She's not even looking. What? Where did you get that? I will hold that. Oh. She means the security lady, Miss Oldbagnet. Right. Anyway, Miss Vasquez, you had this incident from the press, didn't you? And you used it to control Mr. Hammer? The wind. Ah, it's gotten stronger, don't you think? The wind. The conversation interests me. Let's talk about it more inside the trailer. Nick, she went inside the trailer. I'm. Oh, where? Did in fact say that. Okay. Well then, what was that you were talking about? Why is she so eager to talk all of a sudden? Miss Vasquez, you were using that incident. You were blackmailing Mr. Hammer so you could control him, weren't you? That's why he was doing kids shows for petty change. So I'm a blackmailer now. Well, that's what it was, wasn't it? I mean, sure it was an accident, but I used it to drag Mr. Hammer down from his rightful place as a star. Oh, I haven't pulled anyone down from anywhere. Mr. Hammer's career went sour of its own accord, but you were the cause. You pressured him, and to think it was just an accident. Excuse me. What is this all about? Keep saying accident, accident. How are you so sure? What do you mean? Must I spell everything out for you? Think. What would it be if it wasn't an accident? No. No way. You mean Mr. Hammer did it on purpose? That is what I mean. Where's your proof? Can you prove it? Just think. Would you have let me run this life for 5 years over a mere accident? And I ran him hard, believe you me. But the scary lady said it was an accident. Oh, well, she was a big fan of Hammers, you see. She jumped on the reporter who brought that photo into the studio. She wrenched it out of his hands, she did. Gave him a few boosts, too. So that's why she had the photo. She's an old fool. Of course, all the reporter would need is the negatives. He could have made a copy, but he didn't. The only one copy of that photo is the one you hold. Give it to me, now. What? This is valuable evidence, boys. Who are they? Professionals. They're good at erasing various things. What do you think? Would you like to be erased? What? The trial ends tomorrow. How unfortunate. It's a shame you'll have to miss it. Tell me why. Why do you want this photograph so badly? This is Mr. Hammer's dirt, no? Why should D. Vasquez care about it at all? I'm sure you'll have plenty of time to think about that later. So long, friends. Boys, erase away. No. Hold it right there. I heard everything, pal. D. Vasquez, you're coming down to the precinct with me now. Not bad. Very well. It appears this contest will be decided tomorrow, then, in court. I'll be looking forward to it. I mean, she did make a point. But why does she want to hide it? Or like hiding the murder on top of that? Hey, you okay, pal? Sorry I was a little late with my entrance. I don't get many chances to practice that sort of thing. Detective Gumshoe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was really scared. Huh? Don't mention it, pal. Just doing my job. Detective Gumshoe? Sorry, it's just, I wanted to say that line ever since I became a detective. See, that's a crown. Okay, I've got one more job to do today. I'm sure we'll run into each other again soon. Well, Nick, looks like we're getting close to the bottom of this. And who's at the bottom? You asked us. The final day of the trial. I've been at this for a while, but it's so good. Alright, let's go back. October 20, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. Okay, this is the last of this case. It's been a very long time. I actually also wasn't expecting it to be this long, but getting it done in one shot. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Will Powers. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Today will be the final day of this trial. I hope both the prosecution and defense will be able to present decisive evidence. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement. In yesterday's session, the defense presented us with a new theory for this case. He claims that the scene of the crime was, in fact, Studio 2. Today I will call on people present in Studio 2 trailer that day. From their testimonies, the truth will become clear. Very well. Edgeworth seems a bit on edge today. Yeah, well, his guy's going to be called innocent, most likely. You may call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls Miss D. Vasquez to the stand. Miss D. Vasquez is the producer who was present in the Studio 2 trailer that day. Will the witness state her name and occupation? D. Vasquez. I'm a producer for Global Studios. On the day of the murder, you were in the trailer on Studio 2? As everyone here knows, yes. I dislike needless banter. You must pontificate. Do it when I'm not here. Very well, Miss Vasquez. Please give the courtroom your testimony concerning the day of the murder. Nick, I know she did it. Make her pay. But right. If she's guilty, I'll catch her with her pants down, so to speak. Right, the day of the murder. I entered the trailer, a little before noon. The meeting began at 12 sharp, and ended at 4. There was to be a rehearsal afterwards, so we went to Studio 1. I was fatigued, so I had Sal type me. At 2:30, we took a 15-minute break in the meeting. Sal and I ate T-bone steaks on the table in front of the trailer. We found Hammer's body later when we all went to Studio 1. That's all. I have a question about one part of your testimony. You were fatigued, so you had Sal take you? The van. There's a van at Studio 2. I had him take me in that. Thought it might be risky to walk with that monkey's head toppling over. I see. Very well. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. This is the final battle, Nick. Let's do it. I entered the trailer. That's fine. Fatigued. What were you fatigued about? Will it ask her that? Hold on. You had Sal take you? What does that mean? It means what I just said. That's not what I wanted you to ask. I ate T-bone steaks, but there's no... Do you have someone who can verify this? Sal? No, I mean someone else. One person is enough. She committed murder during that break. She couldn't have had the time to eat a T-bone steak. They had some evidence she didn't eat those steaks. Well, Nick, find anything? Kind of wish she said a little more. It's hard. I think she's pretty used to being the boss, but I'm sure we'll find something. Some kind of contradiction somewhere. Um, T. No, sorry, I went too far, guys. Um, okay, I should have evidence that we didn't, right? Um, my thing is that the bone has to be it, right? Oh, as I thought. You claim you ate a T-bone steak, but I say you did not. Well, what's this now, Mr. Wright? Look at this. It's a plate. This plate was on the table in the employee area. As you can see, a large bone has been left behind. Mr. Wright, need I remind you it was a T-bone steak? Exactly my point. Remember, if you will, Miss Vasquez and Mr. Manella ate at the very table outside the trailer. Yet there were no bones left on the plates. The plates were bare. Miss Vasquez, tell me, how can a person eat a T-bone steak and not leave the bone? I think I know how. You didn't eat the steak. You didn't eat any steak during that break. You took your steak and threw it somewhere. Like the incinerator? I see. Then what does Miss Vasquez doing during her break? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? Meeting the Steel Samurai. She was meeting with the Steel Samurai. Order. Are you saying? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Vasquez left the trailer to eat her steak. She ran into the Steel Samurai. And then you did it. You killed him with your own hands. Well, she's mad, so we must be on the right track. Mr. Wright, isn't that a little presumptuous? What kind of stunt are you trying to pull, Wright? Let him claim what he wants. You say I did it? Yes. Fascinating. And here is worrying that today would be as boring as all the rest. Very well. Let us have it by wits, you and I. Any day, Vasquez. Good luck, Nick. Oh gosh. Let's see. What was the murder weapon again? Oh yes, the samurai spear. Yes. I am, as you can see, a woman of petite stature. How could I possibly use a um um I don't use her people maybe. Hmm. I think you would have had a great deal of difficulty using that as a weapon. Pretty much anyone would. Ha, you see? Yes. However, that has no bearing on this case. Meaning, the samurai spear was not a murder weapon. What? Yeah, it was the offense. What is the meaning of this? The spear was found lying next to the victim's body. I have proof, Your Honor. I can prove that the samurai spear was not used as the murder weapon. Um, incident involving. Yeah, this looks the same. Wrong, Mr. Wright, but I haven't said anything yet. I know you well enough. By now you're going to present the wrong evidence. I can send it to you with my clear blood. Okay, so I picked the wrong defendant. It's nonsense already. First, the real evidence, Your Honor. Prove that the samurai was not used to samurai weapon. I mean, it would have broke, right? I present my proof. The so-called murder weapon. But that is the murder weapon. Not so fast. Remember that this spear broke during the morning action run through? But someone fixed the spear. It was a security lady. She fixed it with duct tape. Now tell me how it is possible for someone to stab a man who's wearing a thick costume with this through the chest. Order, order. I think I need to use this stabbing thing later. Mr. Wright, what are you driving at? Think about what you're... Silence. I'm the one testifying here and I will be heard. Yeah, you're doing well at this. Are you quite sane? Are you even aware of what you're saying? The samurai spear was not the murder weapon, then pray tell what it was. How was Hammer killed? Well, Mr. Wright, can you tell us what weapon was used on Mr. Hammer? I can tell you. Would I make a claim like that if I can tell you what the weapon was? I'm afraid your confidence can sometimes be unfounded, Mr. Wright. Very well, let's see this murder weapon then. Hmm. I'm going to show it. Yeah, look at this photo. What is this? Why, that's Jack Hammer standing at the top of the stairs. Order, order. If I cannot have order, this trial will be suspended. Mr. Wright, what is this all about? This photograph is from 5 years ago. There was an unfortunate accident at Global Studios. This is a photo of that very accident. Not a word of this was leaked to the outside. It was a close-kept secret at the studios. What does this have to do with the current case? Mr. Edgeworth, you still can't see it? See the fallen man in this photo? See how the fence post pierced him through the chest? What? Are you saying? Yes. What happened 5 years ago has happened again. I am still a bit confused, to be honest. Mr. Wright, continue. It's 2:30 on the day of the murder. Miss G. Vasquez meets Jack Hammer outside the Studio 2 trailer. Then she did it. She pushed Mr. Hammer off the stairs onto the fence post, just like Mr. Hammer had done himself 5 years ago. Whether she did it on purpose or by accident, I cannot say. In other words, the victim, Mr. Ham, died in the same way he caused another man to die 5 years ago. Precisely. Ironic, isn't it? Oh, very creative, Mr. Wright. I could use a man like you on my script writing staff. You deny what I say is true? Mr. Wright, let's say, for the sake of argument, that Hammer died at the trailer as you say. Yet the body was found at Studio One, was it not? And in the evil magistrate costume, no less. Are you then claiming that I carried the body to Studio One and returned to the trailer all in the space of a 15-minute break? How could I dispose of the body? The break in the meeting lasted 15 minutes from 2:30 to 2:45. How could Jack Hammer have been pushed off the stairs to his death and carried to Studio One and placed inside his costume? He was placed in the van, in which Manila then drove away with. There wasn't enough time. Indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, how could she have dealt with the body? She had another way. What if she had another way to carry the body, other than her own hands? For instance, actually, for that matter, there was no need for her to do the deed in 15 minutes. And there was a way for her to carry that body. Interesting. Let's hear it then, Mr. Wright. Please show us how she carried the body. With the van. Miss Vasquez, you carried the body to Studio One, and you used the studio van to do it. Recall your testimony. There was to be a rehearsal afterwards, so we went to Studio One. I was fatigued, so I had Saul take me. There was a van there, right? I had Saul drive me. We used the van to carry the body to Studio One. Then, before everyone else got there, you put the body in the magistrate costume. Hold it, right. Don't forget it was Salmonella that drove the van. Are you suggesting that Mr. Manella was a conspirator? Of course he wasn't. Oh. So without Mr. Manella noticing, she put the body in the van, then managed to put the body in the costume? Are you seriously suggesting that this is possible? Of course I'm not serious. I was kidding. To lighten up the proceedings. Light, lighten up. You can't just lighten up and murder, Mr. Wright. The court requests you refrain from making claims in jest. I mean, he could have. I don't know. Of course, Salmonella had to have been a conspirator. The body had to be placed in the van, put into the costume. There's no way Miss Vasquez could have done that alone. Also, don't forget that they had to dispose of the steel samurai costume. They had to because it was covered in Mr. Hammer's blood. They probably burned it in that small incinerator. Well, Miss Vasquez, shall I continue? No need. You're smarter than you look, Mr. Wright. I lose. You win. It was fun. I win. You want to tell us what happened? So, what happens next? Don't me. Don't you have anything to say? What would you like me to say? I lost something like that? I just said that. Wait, so you mean Steve Vasquez? So it was you? You killed Jack Hammer? And that's just I'm loving it at the same time. You can say, "Oh, are you sure I did, Mr. Wright? You just engaged in a battle of wits. The result of that battle, you proved the possibility that I murdered Hammer, right? But that is only a possibility. Proof is another thing altogether. You lack decisive proof, Mr. Wright." Uh, What? That is a super suspicious order. Mr. Edward, your thoughts? You, of course, so that's what the witness says. Certainly, he does seem very likely to do it, but, there's no proof. Edgeworth isn't sure. Well, I came here as a witness today. If you've no more questions, I'll be leaving. What do I do now? Who did it? I think she did it. Miss Vasquez, she did it. That wasn't a question. And did you do it? No, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I'm not sure that question helped this court any closer to a verdict. Testify. I like you to testify again. Testify again? Know when to give up, Mr. Wright. Think about it. Even if I were to testify again, what's the point? I can only say what I said before. The truth, Mr. Wright. I already said all there is to say. What would happen if I said it again? You'd ask the same questions, get the same answers, a waste of time. Come so far only to fail. As it seems there are no further questions, I would like to end the cross-examination of the witness, Ms. Vasquez. Yes, Mr. Edward? I was hoping to come up with a question while I was objecting, Your Honor. I didn't. I see. Very well. Your Honor, I request that the witness testify again. You are the prosecutor, are you not? Why are you badgering me? I'm your witness. I just want to hear your testimony again. Does it make any sense to you, Your Honor? I don't see that we have anything to gain by repeating the last several minutes, Mr. Edgeworth. I, too, see little point in making Miss Vasquez repeat herself. What exactly did you want her to testify about? Well, yes. Indeed, barely, I say. I want to hear about what happened after they found the body. After they found the body. Very well. The witness will testify to the courtroom concerning this matter. Nick, why did Edgeworth? Who knows? Probably realized she did it too, but wasn't he the one that saying always gets a guilty verdict after all that? It was very interesting. I was with Sal and Old Bag, the security lady, when we found the body. The assistant was there too. Only Powers was absent. They immediately called the police. Then Powers showed up. Security lady Old Bag, quite agitated, pointed at Powers saying he did it. I asked to be left out of the proceedings. I went back to the trailer to get my script and direction notes. Then I went home. Wait, how did you have the script? We found the script. I see no issues raised by this testimony. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. Okay, Nick, we're close, real close. She may be acting tough, but if you put her on the spot, she's sure to falter. Find the key you need and twist the truth out of her. She didn't have the script because we found it. Like home. Went back to the trailer to find script. Yeah, but like we found the script. The script and your direction notes. Yes, they're quite valuable. It wouldn't have to do to have them stolen. No, I guess not. That's harder. Wait a second. I thought you came to Studio One for rehearsal. Why didn't you bring your script and notes? Well, I was under the impression that we wouldn't be able to rehearse anything. Why? There was a murder, after all. You could think of rehearsing after that. But you still wouldn't have known that until you gotten over at Studio One. Oh yeah, I guess. Very well. Please continue. Yeah, like she wouldn't have known, Your Honor. I have an objection with the witness's last statement. Think. Miss Vasquez said she didn't bring the script because there wouldn't be a rehearsal. Don't you see what that means? She knew her girl's body. She would have had to know about murder before going to Studio One. Yeah. Order, order. Mr. Edgeworth, what you have just said is a reasonable observation. However, I find it hard to understand why the prosecution would make such a move. Or are you thinking of a career change to defense? I appreciate the concern, Your Honor. I'll stand by my statement. However, regardless of how the court sees my role here. Now, Miss Vasquez, do you have an explanation? I can't believe Edward is helping me. The prosecution is in cahoots with the defense. What kind of court is this? No matter. I think you misunderstood me. I had a perfectly good reason to believe there was no reversal. Very well, the witness will change her testimony to reflect this reason. I knew Hammer was injured and I couldn't do any action scenes, so I left them behind. How did you know about the injury? How did I know? Sal? You told me. Sal, the director? I have to find something to peg this on her, or everything we've done so far has been wasted. I believe you, Nick. Go get him. The son, assistant was there. Was he there beforehand? Mr. Powers is taking a nap, correct? So he says. Did no one go to call him? Remember. Remember what? There was a dead body lying in front of us, yet you expect me to be calm? You certainly seem calm enough when I accuse you of murder. Wait a second. Wouldn't that be the other way around? The other way around? You discovered the murdered body, and one person was missing, right? Wouldn't you normally go and see that person? I have to agree with the defense on this one. Well, Miss Vasquez? Logically speaking, perhaps. But no one there was thinking very logically, I assure you. Also, that his steel samurai costume powers doesn't really stand out. We often left him on the bus when shooting at location. No one noticed he was missing. What powers? Well, I suppose that explains that. Very well, Miss Vasquez. You may continue. Immediately called the police. Powers showed up. Very lady old Powers saying he did it. I asked to be left out of the proceedings. Why? You asked to be left out? Yes. Seems that everyone else was questioned. And I'm really not fond of that sort of thing. But you can't just decide who the police will and won't question. Thankfully, the studio thinks otherwise. They were nice enough to understand that, since we were in the meeting. There was no way we could have been involved. Thus, they covered for us. Covered for you or covered it up for you? Must have been a lot writing with all those big rigs at the meeting. I'm sure her professionals helped convince everyone they didn't require questioning. Let's go back to the trailer. And directions. So, how did she get back if she was so fatigued? And I want to say it's. I don't know if this is going to do anything, but I don't know. This evidence clearly reveals contradiction. How exactly? I don't know. Um, no, I went back to the trailer. I think it's we had the most scripting and direction notes. And like the thing is, we had it. You know, we. You're still not asking the question I want you to ask, so. That was not the question I wanted to ask. I mean, can we move on? Let's move on. Okay, Lady Hannah was injured. Mm, I'm just going to push her on everything. I actually have no clue. What time was that? We were to meet at 5 for the rehearsal, so I'd say it was then. When exactly did you and Mr. Manila arrive at the studio? About 10 minutes before. I wasn't stuffing any bodies into costumes, mind you. Where were the other employees when you got to the studio? They weren't there yet. Well, then you could have put Hammer in that costume with Salmonella's help. Oh? What did I just say? Did I not just say I wasn't stuffing any bodies into costumes? You should try to listen to what people are saying, boy. The witness will continue her testimony. The assistant was there, too. You just said, I immediately called the police. Shut up. I don't know. Hold back, the security lady. Why did the security lady think Powers had done it? She said because she saw him going toward the studio. Right, the studio. Did the detective arrest Mr. Powers based solely on the security lady's word? Perhaps not. She seems to have also given the detective that photograph. Of course, I heard all this after the fact. She's not known for exhibiting the best sense of judgment when it comes to Hammer. I went back to the trailer. I was injured and couldn't do anything. How did you know about injury? How did I know South people be? I don't believe in myself. Um, Um, no clues. I'm just gonna continuously ask her. Fine, says around then. Probably 10 minutes before, was the stuff on the bodies. The assistant was there too. Only Powers was absent. I'm just like reading through everything she was saying. So he seems. Remember what? There was a dead body. Certainly seemed like he should have murder. Back off. Immediately called the police. Then Powers showed up. I'm just like going to ask her on every little thing. What was everyone else doing at the time? No one said a thing. It was silent, completely silent. So we stood there until Powers finally arrived on the scene. Sorry, I'm late. Then silence. Dead silence. Did she really just do that? Silence. Hey Nick, why is everyone so quiet? Someone should do something to lighten things up. Hmm. Yeah, I'm missing something. Do something to lighten things. No, the camera broke. The monkey broke it, sorry. I don't get it. What was everyone else doing? No one said a thing. It was silent, completely silent. Sorry, I'm late then. Silence, dead silence. Yeah. Silence. Hey Nick. Why is everyone so quiet? Someone should lighten things up. Oh, she's making a comment about everyone in the courtroom not to the trailer. My thing is she was driven back. That Hannah was injured, so we can do it now. You best me. Um, you asked to be left out. Yes, the sense that everyone was questioned and I'm really not fond of that sort of thing. But you can't just decide. Thankfully, the studio thinks otherwise. They were nice enough to understand that since we were in the meeting. There was no way we could have been involved. But that's not true. But the murder happened at 2. Um, do I still have that photo? The dude at 2? 'Cause, Hmm. I don't think this is going to work. I'm going to talk about how murder happened at 2:30, and like just because they were at the meeting, I don't know. I might have to look this up. This exactly they are. Yeah, I'm gonna look this up. I don't know. Okay, I looked it up. I would not have thought to bring up the statement. So apparently, at this point, I'm supposed to show this photo. I don't understand how that has anything to do. Um, One thing present this. I honestly don't understand what that has to do with anything. You knew that Hammer was injured? Don't you think that's a little funny? I mean, it was the Steel Samurai who was injured. It was Will Powers. What? I'm confused. Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Yes, Mr. Hammer was dragging his leg in this photo, but that's because he was pretending to be Mr. Powers. Pretending? One person was injured in the run-through that morning. That person was Mr. Powers, not Mr. Hammer. Now, why did you think it was Mr. Hammer who was injured? Wait, did she say Mr. Hammer instead of... Oh, I thought she was saying Oh, okay, I totally read that wrong. Such an idiot. I already said it was Sal who told me. That's right, he must have gotten it wrong. I think not. Mr. Manila was at the run-through that morning. He would have known it was Mr. Powers who was injured. He saw what happened. Why would he tell you the wrong person? Miss Vasquez, you saw Hammer limping. Actually, you didn't hear anything from Mr. Manila. You saw Mr. Hammer limping with your own eyes. Yes, but wasn't it Mr. Powers who was injured? Yes, but remember, Mr. Hammer was dragging his leg too. He was pretending to be Mr. Powers. Ah, and when was he doing this? Well, it would have to be after he put on the Steel Samurai costume and went to Studio 2, where he was murdered. I totally did not get that it was Hammer instead of Powers. I'm really stupid. Miss Vasquez, you met him, didn't you? Saw the Steel Samurai limping. Mr. Hammer was in that Steel Samurai suit. That's why you were confused. That's why you thought it was Mr. Hammer who had been injured that morning. Order, order. I will have order. Witness?
Can you refute this claim? Yeah, let's see you sink out of this one, Vasquez. Very well. I have a question for you. Why are the real killers always so persistent? Why in the world would I want Mr. Hammer dead? Yes, he'd fallen on hard times, but he was a star. I had nothing to gain from his death. Nothing. Hmm? Yes, you would need a motive. Why would she have killed the victim? If there is a reason, it is unclear to this court. Does defense have anything to say on the matter? In other words, can you prove that she had a motive? What would be the motive? Uh, I can't. I don't think so. Nick, no. Saying you can't prove it would now be mealing defeat. You'll get away, but what proof could I possibly have? I don't care if it's impossible. You still have to fight this one. Ugh. Okay, I have proof, then I'll show it to you. I to present to the court evidence as to Miss Vasquez's motive of the murder. I mean, the only thing I can think of is this picture, and he was about to implicate her. I don't know. Oh, really? This is my proof. This is the photo from before. This photo reveals the motive in this murder. I'm right, aren't I, Miss Vasquez? 5 years ago, Mr. Hammer was at the height of his fame. With the D. Vasquez help, a terrible accident was swept under the carpet. Ladies and gentlemen, the case currently up for trial began on that day 5 years ago. Ironically enough, that accident precipitated Mr. Hammer's fall, his fall from stardom. His guilt weighed him down, no doubt. However, you, D. Vasquez, used Mr. Hammer. You made him work for you for petty change. Bringing us to the present day and Mr. Hammer's last role as the evil magistrate. Yes, undoubtedly it was a constant sort of shame for the ex-star. One moment, Mr. Wright. We are talking about motives here, yet you have only talked about Mr. Hammer. It almost seems as if it was Miss Hammer who had killed these Vasquez, not the other way around. What motive would Miss Vasquez have? Yes, that's right. According to what you say, I would have no reason to kill Hammer. He's a good source of income for me, unless it was you who murdered him. And I never get rid of useful men. It's a policy of mine. Mr. Wright, please explain Miss Vasquez's motive for murder. Please explain. Like, my only thing is, if it was really her instead of him. Um, okay. Allow me to present the court evidence proving Miss Vasquez's motive. I still think it was this photo. This is my proof, and this tells us why Miss Vasquez wanted to kill Mr. Hammer. I say it proves that the defense attorney has completely lost his marbles. Mr. Wright, the court requests that you find your marbles immediately, and I'm afraid I have to penalize you for the waste of this court's time. Nick, we're so close. Think this one through, please. Mr. Wright, I ask you again, please explain Miss Vasquez's murder. My only thing would be, had she really done it? And unless it was like an accident again. I don't know. I don't think she had one. She had no motive, Your Honor. What's that now? It was Mr. Hammer who was out for blood. All Miss Vasquez did was push him off the stairs, in self-defense. What's that now? It's simple. Mr. Hammer was intending to kill Miss Vasquez. What? What? Your Honor, Jack Hammer drugged Mr. Powers with sleeping pills. Jack Hammer snuck into the dressing room and stole the steel samurai costume. Jack Hammer wore the costume to fool the security lady into thinking he was Powers. Then Jack Hammer made his way to the trailer. And for what purpose, you ask? To kill Dee Vasquez, who had cruelly taken advantage of him all those years. So, you did do it, didn't you? Yes, I am guilty. It was me. Someone call an ambulance. There's blood everywhere. We're too late. Ah, Miss Vasquez. What? What happened here? Manuel fell from the trailer stairs. Manuel, Manuel. Miss Vasquez, please try to remain calm. No, no. How could this? It was an accident. Mr. Hammer was doing an action scene and... No, Manuel, Manuel. Don't touch him, Miss Vasquez. No. Please, please don't die. Please. Congratulations, Mr. Wright. I lose. Again. Mr. Edgeworth, where's Steve Vasquez? In the waiting lobby, Your Honor, as calm and collected as ever. I see. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. It appears you have brought about yet another miracle. I thank you, Your Honor. I think not, Your Honor. Will Powers was innocent. That he should be found so was only natural, not a miracle. Yes, yes, you're right. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Will Powers, not guilty. Ooh, now that is all. This court is adjourned. October 21, 12 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. I'm just glad you're okay. Yes, but it's sad. I know now that Mr. Hammer stole my costume. Bad enough that he wanted to kill Miss Vasquez, but to think that he tried to frame me for the murder makes me sad. Tell me why, Mr. Wright. Huh? Tell me. Why did Mr. Hammer want to blame me? I don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll never know. Yes, of course. Woo. I'm sure not sure I wanted to go down that road. Congrats, WP. Oh, thanks to you, I'll be able to don the steel samurai outfit once more. I can't wait to get back into that sweaty costume and... Is something wrong? No, of course not. Nick, Edgeworth. He's super mad. Say something, right? I'm not good at small talk. Huh? What? That was too bad, Edgeworth. Don't waste any time gloating, do you? No, I really want to thank you. Vasquez would have gotten away if you hadn't stepped in. Ah, pleased to meet you. I am Powers, Sniff, Edgeworth. I'm a big fan of your work, Mr. Powers. Liar. Right? I must say, hadn't expected to meet you again after all these years. Meet again? However, in retrospect, it would have been better had we not met. Thanks to you, I am saddled with unnecessary feelings. Unnecessary feelings. Yes, unease and uncertainty. Are those kind of necessary? They only serve to get in my way. You listen to me, Phoenix, right? Don't ever show your face in front of me again. That's what I came here to tell you. Mr. Wright, was that guy your friend? What friends? As if. They're rivals. Rivals, right, Nick? For now we are, I guess. Huh? Why do I get the feeling I'm missing something? Come on, Nick, tell me, what's the deal with you and Edgeworth? Yes, please. And so the curtain really so the curtain closed on another trial. I caused quite a stir by revealing the accident from 5 years ago. It was the talk of the town. Thankfully, Global Studios rethought its programming change. They went back to making kid shows again. Pink Princess. Lovely. Nick, this is it. The new show starts today. You're going to watch it with me, right? I'll admit, I was kind of surprised. I didn't think they'd seriously go through with it. You have to buy trading cards too, okay? You have to trade with Cody and that assistant. Fine, fine, I'll do it. Isn't it great that WP gets to play the lead again? I wonder if they show his real face this time. I don't know. I don't think the world's ready for the real world powers. Okay, so didn't want to get into what? I don't think he would have known. Okay, I'm going to look this up and we're going to maybe discover together. Um, I don't I don't understand the proof, and I don't think it has anything to do with anything. Um, the thing said to show the album and say that Jack was jealous, but I'm just like, whatever. I don't feel it. But that case was interesting. It most definitely did not go the way I had been expecting the entire time, and my mind hurts. My brain hurts from all that thinking. I think the reason why I didn't really get the last one was because I was like tired of thinking, and I was just like, yeah, he was injured, not realizing she said hammer instead of powers, and that was a whole entire thing. And next time, I believe that we will be getting more information as to our frenemy ship with Edgeworth, so that will be interesting. So I will see you guys next time, and we'll start the next case. See you guys later. Bye.